So good morning to all these sites and gentlemen from ICMI Social Order Organization. Welcome to our certificate course of CSR projects. Today's our guest faculties are Mr. Rishi Meena. He has already joined. That after Ms. Harsha Ramnani ma'am will join. So I'm welcoming to Mr. Rishi Meena sir for this program. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
I'm requesting to everyone, please turn on your camera.
Yeah, at least in the beginning, if we can just say hi, hello, I think that will be fine.
Yes, good morning.
Good
Good
morning,
morning to
sir.
all.
Good morning.
Morning, all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
So we are total 12. So if I think 10 to 11 participants, right? So my voice is clear?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Oh, cool. So I can read your names already. So shall we start?
It's already 11. You can start now.
Yes,
Yeah,
please
I'm
start.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting if there are any other participants who want to join that. We can wait for a few minutes. So welcome all for this particular certificate course, and let me introduce myself. I am Rishi Meena, and I'm working with Transform Rural India Foundation, which is basically working in Delhi and 6 states in India, working on the social development projects and engaged largely into the philanthropies and in the CSR world. So I have done my engineering from NIT Allahabad and also MBA from Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi. So I am here actually working as a senior manager for the strategic and planning management unit. I look after majority of the programs that run by the organization, oversight all those programs, and also design of the programs is something that I am doing.
What is the name, please?
Transform Rural India.
Transform. Okay.
So in the today's session, basically my topics are two topics. One is the nature of the CSR, and second is on the planning of the CSR project. So we will go one by one. For that, I have created one presentation. So okay, so if you are not speaking, I request if you can mute yourself.
Opinion notes, okay.
Anita ji, can you mute yourself? Or host can mute, maybe. Yes. Okay, is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, visible.
Great. So let's start with a small introduction. So I would like to hear from you first.
Sorry, Mr. Rishi, will you be presentation with us or
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
will you be able to share the presentation with all the participants?
Yes, sure. I will be sharing towards the end of the session. I will be sharing with all the participants.
Okay.
Not a problem. Okay, so let's start with the introduction part first, and I would like to hear from you first that, okay, what do you know about CSR? So what do you think the CSR is? Can someone help me to define it a bit? Then we will
Yes,
go.
corporate social responsibility. Actually, there is a provision in Companies Act. A profit-making company has to share a part of their profit, about 2% of the average profit of last 3 years, to the CSR fund, and that CSR fund has to be spent on some CSR project. This is preliminary. Now detail we are expecting from you.
Yeah, so this is about the CSR Act in person. So I'm just asking from the ethical and moral perspective, what is corporate social responsibility? Because in India, the act came in 2013. We all know that, but I think the CSR is being done before that also, and it's a global phenomena. It's not just specific to India. The CSR term and CSR philosophy came from actually from the global companies which are working outside. And we as in India, as a country, actually we developed an act on it, and we are the first one who actually developed it as an act or as a law in the country. Apart from this, from the act side, if you just try to remove ourselves a little bit on the act side, can we define it philosophically also, that what it is actually and why it's important for a company to do a CSR?
Can I say something?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, as a part of their operations, every company affects the society or the community in which they,
Mhm.
and they always have a sort of feel that they should return back something to the society from which they draw their resources.
Yes.
So this gives a financial provision to those activities which are aimed at returning something back to the society.
Wow. Thanks, Mukundan sir, for putting the light on this moral responsibility, that if you are drawing resources from the society, then how you give it back to the society and what we are doing for it. And this is the whole gist of this whole CSR, and why every company is seen that, okay, they should be doing it. So basically, definition wise, abbreviation, we know that it's a corporate social responsibility. So it's basically a CSR project refers to an initiative or actively undertaken by a company. And now the actively undertaken is very good term here, that, okay, it should not be forced by someone or someone told you to do certain kind of projects. That has been also done in past. Like if you take an example of IKEA and many other brands which exist, courts in the West, they force them to do actually the CSR activities also, but actively undertaken by a company and organization to contribute positively to the society and the environment, and for the specific communities that they are located in. Now, this is the important line, that it goes beyond from the business core objectives or activities. It's just not limited to that. It's not that, okay, what my business activity is telling me to do. So suppose I am a FMCG company or a company which creates, like, for example, ITC creates lots of products. So it's not bounding me around the products that I am, sorry, somehow my presentation, okay. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's not bounding you with the activities, your core business. It should also be moving beyond that. As an organization, we should address the social, environmental, and ethical concerns of a particular society, community, and the geography that we are, where this company is located, or maybe not located also, outside the location also, the CSR activities can be done. Okay, so but the question arises that why a company should be doing it, what they get out of it, what any light on it, what they get actually. If I am a company, I am doing a business of say 1,000 crore, this my turnover, easily I am eligible for the CSR Act and everything. But why should I be doing it? If this legal compliance is removed, then why should I do?
We are using the society, we are taking everything from the society, we are doing our business with the material taking from the society, and whatever profit we will be earning, we should give a part of that to the society back. That is
Great.
the concept.
So this is the moral responsibility part,
That is
that
our moral
okay,
response. Yes.
that okay,
absolutely.
we are taking it. And anyone else would like to give an attempt to other side also? What could be other benefits also?
Society, if society develops, then business will also develop.
Mhm.
We can develop the environment of a society, the human resource, whatever human resource is there, they will also develop, and we can utilize that development for, and our business will be more developed with that development.
Yeah.
See, basically, we can say it is also a goodwill.
It's a
Uh,
post of goodwill.
It's a goodwill.
It's like a parent telling the
So-
child gift chocolates. to
So technically, it is creating an atmosphere in and around it area. It's doing a lot of goodwill to the society, and it will also earn a goodwill from the society. So that is important here.
Yeah, so goodwill for the society and taking back that goodwill. So I'm just building on those two elements, the moral responsibility and the goodwill part. Let's understand that, okay, what exact benefits company sees doing in this. Definitely these two philosophies are there, but in the tangible terms, how it helps a company. So first is the enhanced brand reputation. So if you do CSR activities, you actively engage yourselves, you are treated as a better brand. And that we know already that if we care for the societies, we are seen differently as a company, as a brand. We are just not seen as a transactional or a brand who actually believes only in business, but also seen beyond business. Famous example, we know the Tata and the Wipro, the Ajim Premji. All these people, they go beyond their business objectives and create the overall brand for it. The stakeholder engagement and loyalty is also a very important factor. That okay, when I do any CSR activity or project, I am becoming more loyal to my stakeholders. I am keeping some promises that I want to do, and it adds to the part of the moral responsibility that we were talking about. That it makes me more morally responsible for doing what I am trying to do. Increased employee morale and motivation. So a lot of CSR also try to engage their employees into the CSR activities, so that their motivation and morale and the goodwill also kept within the company's atmosphere. So that is also one kind of advantage companies actually do. Innovation and competitiveness. Yes, this is also a very important factor. That many companies at a CSR initiatives also invest a lot of things into the innovations. So they do projects on research and other things and invest resources into it, so that innovations can be developed. So for example, the green energy or the EVs sector, there are a lot of social startups which are coming up, and companies are investing into it because they want to have the innovations ready, and also the competitiveness of the particular platform. And access to new markets and customers. So that is also one way of looking at it, that okay, if suppose I am not present there, but I can start with my CSR initiatives, starting my presence there, creating a market. If the society develops, then definitely my business will also grow. So maybe at this moment, the society is not that developed. Maybe the purchasing power of the people are weak, but if I invest through my CSR activities into them, their livelihoods increases, and if their livelihoods increases, then definitely my business can also have opportunities into that new place or new markets. And lastly, I think everybody already summarized this, positive impact of communities and environment. So that is also a part, that how we are actually creating a positive impact on the communities and the environment. Now, moving the introduction part, I think this part already shared in the your sharings and what we already discussed. The few things that we didn't discuss, I just want to focus on that. So employee engagement, brand reputation, and that is we already covered. The growing societal expectation is also one thing. So nowadays, which is a lot of customers now focuses and choose their brands and companies by looking at that what socially responsible activities they are doing. So if they are sourcing their raw materials, so from where those raw materials are coming up, how they are procuring those raw materials, are they having a fair practices to borrow all these raw materials or not? So those kind of customer orientation and expectations are increasing into the market, and now companies are looking at from this perspective, that how we actually maintain all those fair practices from the beginning of the supply chains, not just that okay, I'm finishing a product and product is going into the market, but the starting of the product life cycle also is being seen. The increased regulation and legal requirements, like I think Siddharth ji and Mukund ji already shared about it, that how CSR Act is enacted in our country. So there is increased regulations about it, legal requirements are increasing. So definitely companies are more focusing on doing it. Now the investors are also expecting it, and there is also environment social governance criteria. The framework is being also developed around it. How your products, how your company, how your governance of the company is actually aligned on those frameworks. So that is also one kind of a performance metrics for a company which is being created, and company have to comply with it. And for to justify those compliances, they do the CSR activities also. And obviously, in the end, the sustainable business practices. So to promote the how we can run in longer way and apply more sustainable business practices in our businesses. Okay, so
Can you clarify the risk mitigation part?
the risk mitigation part, yes. So see, there are when I am dealing in a company and I am creating any product, so at every steps there are certain risks associated. So for example, I was just seeing the case of these all fashion industries, mostly the fashion industries who are actually into making of beauty products, so like lip glosses. Lip glosses, the majority of the material of the lip glosses that comes that is made from mica. And from where this mica comes? The mica comes in India. It largely get procured from the central Indian belt, which lies in Jharkhand and all these areas. So there, here the mica is produced, and there is a famous documentary on it, that how these companies are actually not following the fair practices of procuring of mica. And there are a lot of children who are actually engaged into the mining of these mica and everything. So that creates a risk for the company, that okay, if I am not using a fair practices, then maybe on the coming side I will be forced to or maybe I will penalized to do something. Similarly, in the coal mining and many other areas, we have fair practices. If we are not following the fair practices measures, then definitely it's increasing the risk. This is the one side of looking at risk. So CSR is not just giving out there to someone, it's also following certain practices within my company governance systems and my policies, so that I become more socially responsible. So in that way, if we see social responsibility in those lenses, then in each steps, while procuring for the raw materials, while processing the raw materials, and while producing the product also, there are also risks associated with, to the society. So for example, packaging of the plastics, right? So this is a risk to the society that I am creating. But how I am actually socially responsible trying to mitigate it? Am I creating certain mechanism to actually have more biodegradable packaging, or maybe not biodegradable packaging? Then how I am actually having the waste management and everything? So interestingly, in America, if you see, most of the cars, they have to comply with a law that that if car is not in use, then it should be 100% dismantled by the company. You cannot create a garbage outside into the planet, right? But in India, rarely any company follows this particular practice because nobody is seeing them. But if you see from the social responsibility perspective, it's a risk. The number of cars which are going out into the market, they are creating lots of waste into the market, into our planet. Then how we are actually applying all this? It's gradually coming up. Like Tata has started now for few of their car models. They say that they are 100% dismantled compliant. So if you are not using it, you give it back to the company. Company will completely dismantle it. So those kind of risk associated to the environment, risk associated to the society, and the risk associated to the own employees and the practices, if we apply social responsibility eyes or perspective, then those risks can be mitigated. So in that way, the risk management is actually mentioned.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. So let's move. So in the introduction, okay, this it is just to give the whole historic part. I think most of us are aware about it that in 1976, India actually associated a term socialist. And when the act was not there, then most of the companies who were actually involved into the industrialization phase or having their industries, and if they are doing some philanthropies, then these people also often termed as socialists. That okay, maybe the Tatas, the Bajaj, and all these people on that time, what they were doing for the country, they were termed as a socialist also. And later on, the whole CSR thing came up from the global side when the this World Council, which is Business Council, which actually mentioned this particular term and defined that what CSR could be. Then our perspective from a socialist perspective move into the more of the corporate social responsibility. So in the next slide, it's better cleared that how it actually started. So this is again the historic context that it's not new that the law has formed in our Vedas, in our religions also. People are often promoted to do all these socially responsible activities. In Yatharvana, it's mentioned, Yajurveda is mentioned, Rigveda also talks about it, even Kautilya emphasizes upon ethical practices and principles. In Islam also, the CSR has some component. In Sikhism also it has components. In all religion, in all contexts, the CSR is being discussed historically. So why I am putting it here, so it's not something very new or externally put up agenda. I think it was in our culture. We are just formalizing that culture in a form of a law or act, and we are asking companies to do it. And this should not be applied on the companies, it should be on the individuals also. Many individuals also do it. So let's go into the phases of CSR in India. So pre-independence era, if we see in the 1850s, 1914, in that area, mainly philanthropies and charities were being done in India, and most of the industrialists and organizations, their proprietors and managers were doing this charitable kind of work. But in the second phase, there was a shift when the independence era comes in, the freedom war and everything is started. Most of the socialists, the industrialists who were doing charities, they categorically funded the this freedom struggle movement, the Gandhian movement, and many other movements, and also got this country out of this British Raj. So the focus was not much on the proprietors' benefits and other things, but more larger the country's focus was there. In 1960 to 1990, the third phase, the CSR under the mixed economy, actually organizations' responsibility towards proprietor, managers, and other environmental factors also added. That okay, we are also responsible for the stakeholders or the shareholders of the organizations. In 1990 to 2012, the CSR got puzzled a bit that, okay, we do more for the society or we do more for the company. There was a dilemma between these two, and often it was a debate that, okay, companies are actually just making profits, not doing anything much on the ground. But in the fifth phase, on 2013 onwards, the India made a act basically, and in the Companies Act, the CSR provision was there. And if the company's net worth is more than 500 crore, turnover more than 1,000 crore, and net profit is rupees 5 crore or more, then such companies has to comply with the CSR Act, and the 2% of their net profit they have to actually provide. So this is how the whole flow has happened, that from a cultural setting, or from the objectively doing something, then getting puzzled in the business objective and the societal objective, and then finally formation of a law. So these are the phases in the history which has been happened, and how this law was formed and what was the ideology behind it. That just to keep that in mind, I was just keeping it here. The CSR largely has three pillars which are very important. These are globally recognized, not just in India. Everywhere, if you talk about CSR, people understand it from the three sides very clearly. One is economic. So how a company or a business entity or whatever it is creates the economic value, and through the fair business practices. It's a job creation and economic development. It's very internal to the company. It's not that I am doing economic development to the outside, but how I am making myself economically profitable through the fair business practices. That is the first important pillar for any company to follow. The second becomes the social, that how, if I'm drawing resources, like it was shared already in the first session, if I'm drawing resources from the society, then how I am promoting the social welfare, supporting education, healthcare, community development, and poverty alleviation in my local area or the area which maybe not belong to my presence, but also impacting somewhere else. That is also important, and this social component is also part of the CSR. And the third is the environmental side, that focusing on the sustainability, reducing carbon footprint, conserving resources, and promoting eco-friendly practices. So this is also an environmental side, that this is an important part, that what I am doing. Suppose if I am doing a business of creating cars or developing manufacturing cars, but can I see that, okay, if I have to take this business for next 100 years, then what are the sustainable practices that I need to adopt? So what kind of materials, what kind of energy sources, what kind of manufacturing processes I need to incorporate? And many big corporates have started to move into that line. Now they are not seeing and fighting into the existing competition, rather they are focusing on the sustainable practices and seeing that if we have to take up our car business to next 600 years, then what kind of ecosystem we need to create. And in India, Tata is leading for it, and they are actually have started it. So everything is relying on these three pillars. If there is no economic development, then we cannot imagine that the CSR is happening. If there is no social welfare coming out or happening, then we do not say that it's a CSR completely. And the environmental part, if the sustainable practices are not being followed, then we can say that the CSR is not fully realized in a particular company. Let's understand that how to create more value through the CSR. In the nature part, that what are the value ladder that one can actually follow. The very basic level is that, okay, if I am creating small value creation through my CSR activities, like suppose I have done something very innovative that promotes a sustainable business model. So that it's the impact of this would be very fundamental, strategic, and operational impact to the company. Understood? So for example, if say like Tata have entered into the EV, right? The electric vehicle segment. So it's innovation. It promotes sustainable business model also. Okay, the engine and the fuel and all these things will not be used much, and somehow the electric vehicles and the everything will be promoted. So it's very fundamental. It's also very strategic, and it has operational impact on their in company. But to the society, if we say, it has some benefits, because they have not changed that how particularly the batteries are formed, right? The batteries are lead batteries. They will be creating environment pollution. So for their own business, it creates benefits, but for out there, it's still not that benefit. Some benefits are there, that okay, there will be lesser fuel consumption, but it will also create the lead batteries and other components in the nature. So some benefits are being created. Now, if we see it from the CSR as a risk management perspective, so it will just follow the compliance. The purpose is compliance, like 2% thing. It's many companies do exactly 2%. So they do not go up, they do not go down. So they just maintain this compliance mechanism on low. So it has medium to high strategic and operation impact. So why medium to high? Because compliance at different level has to be seen. So like you were asking about the risk management side. So if I see the whole value chain of my company, and if I apply the risk management side on each component of my value chain, then it will create a medium to high strategic operation impact, and the benefits will be there. Now see CSR as a corporate philanthropy. That is also important. They're providing funding and skills to a particular area where livelihoods increases, poverty alleviation is there. Now internal impact to the organization is very low in this. Little strategic operational impact will be there, but benefits to the societies are really great. So this is how we can see that if corporates do some corporate philanthropy, and this is how the movement is also there. They start with the compliance, they go to some CSR foundations and other things, and then gradually they become the corporate philanthropist also and do beyond their business objectives, which has little strategic objectives but more benefits to the society. So we can see in the like for example Wipro, if we take Wipro has 2% capping for the risk compliance. Also they have a Pro Foundation also which actually manages. And then the Ajim Premji ji became a corporate philanthropist, and he is also doing a lot of efforts to actually create the great benefits there. Okay, so this was just a flow that how if we are doing or any CSR committee or any CSR firm deciding upon that in what way they should do their CSR. So this framework can be used, and one can actually assess that okay, what they want to achieve. They want to achieve impact very internally to the organization, then they can apply accordingly what levels of CSR they want to start with. And if they want to have higher benefits in the society, then they have to they can use this metrics to understand okay what kind of CSR mechanism they can actually apply. Now, interestingly, there is also one framework which globally used to understand. This is called as Carroll's pyramid, the 4 corporate responsibilities model. And the very basic level is the economic responsibility. We know about it, that what it is, that how I am becoming more economically profitable and also economically responsible for my own business, being sustainable and being profitable. A company which is not being profitable, it's actually doing more harm to the society, not a gain. So we have to see it from that lenses also. Second is will be your legal responsibility, that okay, I'm following some compliances, so obeying laws and regulations. So that is also very important, and that is also at every level I have to do it. Third will be the ethical level responsibility. I'm going bottom up. I'm not coming top down actually. So ethical responsibility, like in the first session, it was also talked about that if I'm drawing resources, then how I'm contributing back to the resources, being moral and being fair at every level. And then coming to the philanthropic responsibility, that being responsible for giving back to the society and improving quality of life. The overall thing that my objective is seeing good changes in the society, not just into my own businesses. So this is how we saw the trend in India so far. Started from philanthropies, moved into risk, becoming citizenship kind of things also, like the fundings and the CSR projects or around the citizens benefits and everything has also evolved. And now the CSR is moving towards the sustainability side, that how we are making things more sustainable. So the climate, environment, and all these factors are also very important, and lots of CSR putting efforts into the climate and environment projects now. Initially, they were more in the benefits focus. They were thinking more around that how citizens gets benefit more. But now they have also seen that, okay, without the sustainability, they cannot survive for longer. So they are also focusing on now sustainability part. So I'm just putting majority on these 4 areas. What kind of CSR initiatives generally we see which are happening in environmental responsibility. It covers the aspects of production, that how I am producing, am I covering reducing the pollutions through my manufacturing processes or not. Prevention or repair of damage caused by industry, am I doing it or not. Conservation, energy conservation, all these things comes into the environmental responsibility. Now interestingly, you must be having a sense that I am just not talking about what I am doing outside my company. I am talking a lot of things which are inside to the company. right? That like the manufacturing process and conservation of the energy and everything. It's just not outside. We have to see it from the internal policies and systems of the organization itself. That okay, whether company deploys any policy through which they can conserve energy, through which they can actually repair the damage caused by the industry, or covering the pollutions and the aspects of the production also. Philanthropic responsibility, this is lot of outside thing. So here companies taking a project and doing something for not internally for the organization, but doing for out there for the society, like community development, charitable or philanthropic initiative for better health, income, education, and community activities. Now the one is ethical responsibility, like ensuring diversity and inclusion. So for example, how my HR practices are. So if the internal policies of an organization are not very ethically responsible, then we cannot be sure that whether the company is actually doing a real CSR or not. Empowering the vulnerable section, social responsible practice within the firm, your HR practices, your occupational health, training and capacities. So a lot of things which are internal to the organization also comes into the ethical responsibility part. And the fourth is the economic responsibility, that how my products are durable, how long they live, safety of the product, serviceability, products disposals, I talked about it, promotes the fiscal support for the goals. All these things are also the economic responsibility that a firm holds within them. So this all comes under the premises of the social responsibility that a corporate should do. It's just not this part. Majority projects focuses only that what they are doing for the community, but we have to see it from internal side also, what they are doing internally, what they are doing internal to the organization, how they are becoming more environmental responsible internally, ethical responsible internally, and economically responsible also. Most of the unicorns what we see or startups that we see, they are they are not at all profitable. They are under a very huge debt. They have taken lots of loans, money, investments from other side. They are not at all economically responsible at this moment, and that's why they are creating huge risk for their employees first. If they get if that company sinks, then definitely all these people will lose their jobs, and definitely it also increases competition to the market. Other companies cannot survive. Maybe they were more economically responsible, but because of those flux of money that is coming into those companies, they are not able to survive and compete with them. So it's also not fair with other small companies to not let them survive in this particular environment. So this is to give the perspective that how we have to see the nature of the CSR. We just cannot focus that okay, what a company doing outside their area or what they are doing for the community, but we have to see from the internal perspective also that what they are doing internally. Now putting some examples of different types. So for example, for the environmental responsibility, the Starbucks actually done what they have done. So the coffee which is reaching to us is 100% ethically sourced coffee. So they have global network of the farmers, providing them with the 100 millions of trees and helping them to develop their livelihoods, and also having the fair practices to pluck the coffee beans, the processing of the coffee beans, and then actually involving their employees also into it and seeing it more holistically. So they have actually changing their product value chain, completely making it ethically responsible, environmentally responsible for the production and for the customers and for everything. And that's why their coffee is costly. We just go and we see that okay, what is there in the $300 of cup of a coffee? It's the process that making the value of that particular coffee. Similarly, the Hindustan Unilever Foundation. So if we see the social responsibility part here, so the what they are doing for the as a philanthropic initiatives, what they are doing out there for the community, It's also you can visit them, and they have certain goals carved out: improving health, well-being for more than 1 billion people, reducing environment impact by half, and enhancing livelihoods for millions. So their CSR efforts are more of the philanthropic side. They're looking at what we can do out there, not in here, but out there. Let's see what we can do. And a company has a freedom to decide upon it. What is their objective? So we may ask any company when we are auditing, or we're discussing with them. Okay, what is your objective of the CSR? Is it internal to the organization? Is it outside to the organization? What is the main focus? General Motors also, it's put up very ethically high standard organization, and fourth time constantly they are winning this award, because there is the most diverse, most inclusive company across the globe, and they're constantly winning it, and their focus of the social responsibility is very internal, that how they are creating an ethical brand. And the last but not the least, the Tata Group, that how I am making myself more economic responsibility. So investments in the research sectors, in the innovations, and everything. In the energy sectors, you can see that Tata is also creating and investing hugely in developing the ecosystems. So the most of the ecosystem kind of fundings also comes into the economic responsibility. So Tata believes that, okay, that this ecosystem should be used for everyone, not for themselves. So they are also working on the ecosystem side and making themselves also profitable, and also creating an environment where others can also compete well and without losing their own ground. Now, what kind of activities or the projects one can contain into the typically CSR? So there is a schedule 7, we know about it. Eradicating extreme hunger and poverty is there. Promotion of education. Now again, these projects are from the philanthropic side. Just to remind you, the three sides: the economic development, the ethical responsibility, and the what was the first one? The ethical, the economic, and the sorry, I just environment. Yes, so environment. So environment one, and the ethical one, and the this economic one I am not covering. I'm just covering that what this schedule 7 is actually focused upon. It's mostly on the promotion on the philanthropic initiative that companies having. So first is the eradicating extreme hunger and poverty. That is there, we know about it. So what generally comes that, okay, the food and agriculture related interventions, the poverty alleviation activities like livelihoods, training, skill development, and all these things can also come up in this. Promotion of education, so infrastructure of the schools, capacity building of the teachers, creating some parallel schools or something, or how to actually involve dropout children to the schools back. There are a lot of programs around it which can be covered into this. Third is the promotion of gender equality and empowering women. So somewhere related to the ethical responsibility also, that how I am promoting gender equality, diversity, inclusive training or livelihoods for the women also. So recently our Pradhan Mantri ji also talked about this Mission Lakpati Mahila Yojana, in which actually he is targeting another 2 million women, empowering them to actually achieve an income of rupees 1 lakh per year. So that is also kind of empowering women and the gender equality, and lots of CSR now focusing into it, because the government is also focusing upon it. Reducing child mortality, improving maternal health. So again, into the health dimension, going and focusing on the child mortality and maternal health. From where all these topics are coming up, just to give you a context also, that these topics generally comes from the indicators where the country has to move or is not performing well. So the CSR focus should be on those indicators where we want that our country should move ahead. So definitely the child mortality and improving maternal health into the rural areas, it is very challenging, and this has to be improved. Ensuring environmental sustainability, that is also a important area, that how my environmentally I am actually making things more sustainable. So if I'm suppose a paper making company is using a lot of trees, so does it plan or do it have any plan to actually plant more trees rather than just consuming the trees also? So those kind of environmental sustainability is also comes under it, and it should be a compliance, and it is a compliance, and they are following. So there is a famous example of JK Paper Mills. They promote a lot of things. So they have where their mill is, they captured around, not captured, they're supporting around 25,000 acres of the land, supporting their farmers to grow the trees so that they can grow the paper sustainability into that particular area. They should not move out of this particular area, which was not there before. So if we see the early 60s, 70s areas, most of the bamboo plants from the country just wiped off because of the paper mills. There was no environmental sustainable plan for them. Employment enhancing vocational skills, that is also I already talked about. Social business projects, FPOs, farmer producer organization, farmer producer companies, enterprises, and other things can also be promoted. MSMEs also comes into this particular projects, how to promote it. And also contribution to the Prime Minister National Relief Fund, set up by the central government or the state government, socio-economic development fund, relief fund, and all these funds which are specifically meant to support the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and other backward classes, minorities, and women. The funding can also be done for there. It's a last step generally that CSR companies do, that if they are not able to spend their money on their own objectives or on any defined area, then they come up largely on this, or otherwise some their instructions given to do it. And other matters which are also just prescribed in the Companies Act, and the committee has to take a charge and define it very clearly that okay, what are the other activities, other matters which it can be actually expenditures can be made. What does not covered into this, that so the first one is that the CSR activities will be taken only on these lines, undertaken within India. So whenever a call for proposal or anything comes out, they have to ask that okay, which area of the Schedule 7 it matches with. And the activities which are exclusively meant for benefits of their employees or their family members are not to be considered as a CSR. And the company to give preference to local areas around where it operates for spending the amount and mark for the CSR activities. And now they give preference to it, but sometimes it has been also seen that it becomes a limitation for CSR also. They don't want to move out of their project their plants or where their company is located, and they treat it as a guideline, but it's not a guideline. It's just it's a guideline. It's not law that you have to be spending amount in the nearby area. You can spend anywhere in the India, but they take it as a law actually, that okay, law is prescribing it. So we have multiple times we have to discuss it with CSRs and tell them okay, you can actually invest in other areas also, but it is easier for them to monitor, to travel, to visit, and to see the changes into the local areas. That's why they prefer to keep it into their local vicinity. But there are a lot of companies, like for example, IT companies, you cannot say that which area they are in. They are maybe sitting in Bangalore, but working in pan India. So they can invest anywhere in India also. Okay, so any contribution to the political party or any other things cannot be treated as a CSR activity. Even if the political party is intended to do any community activity, it cannot be considered as a CSR activity. That is also important. Quickly going through the CSR spends in India. So that has been the trend. Till 2021, it fell. Because of the COVID also, companies made less profit during 2021 period. So it's declined. In the last 2 years, I think it capped constant to 14,000 crores also, only. And it's a rising concern that why CSR spendings are not increasing and why it's remained constant at the 2016 levels. So currently, I think the latest figure says only 14,517 or nearby, which is 14,000 or 16,000 crore. It's actually happening. The states which are actually in the top expenditures, the list is also given here. And you can see where the larger industries are located. For example, Maharashtra, Mumbai is famous for it, and the majority of the expenditures are being done there. So it's directly related to the industrialization of this particular state. So if you see Rajasthan, the industrialization is low, the expenditures are also low. Similarly goes with the Madhya Pradesh.
Is it
Haryana.
the total expenditure? 14,500 once 17 crore in financial year 16, and it has been reduced to 8828 in financial year 21.
Yes, yes. So it got reduced because of the, see, there is a logic also that during the 2021 period,
COVID.
there was a COVID was there, so company made less
Less
profits on that time, so it also declined. But now the current report of 22-23 is also telling that it's reached to this level, but not increasing beyond that. So that is also a concern, that why it's not increasing, and there is a lot of focus by the government to actually increase those expenditures also. These are the companies on the right which are actually investing more. We know them all, so just to have an idea that okay, who are the top 10 companies who are actually doing it largely in the country. So there are some CSR principles. Now principles, again, it's also why I'm talking about principles, why I'm not talking about rules, because rules are written already into the act. That's not a problem. One can read it out. But the principle, as an auditor, we also have to see things how principally they are correct. So we need to ask and raise those questions which are not written into the rule also. So like accountability is the one thing, that how accountable CSR thinks that they are. It's just a money spending activity that I did, or I also meant to create that impact. Transparency, how I have maintained my accounts and how I am actually tracking, monitoring the progresses and everything. The transparency is important. Respect for the rule of the law. So whatever law are being followed, they are followed or not, how they are tracked, how they are maintained. All these things are important. Respect the international norms and practices. So it's just not Indian, we have to see it from the global perspective also, that how we are actually respecting the international norms which are being created on CSR. Ethical behavior, it's must. Respect for stakeholder interest. So the variety of stakeholders involved to a CSR project. So how we are actually keeping and their interest intact and respecting their interest also. And respect for the human rights. It's also a very important fundamental that, okay, we have to see from it, the human rights perspective also, that whether it's a violation of the human rights or not. So from a principle side, we have to see and take into account that what kind of other things can actually create a crack into the whole CSR philosophy of that particular company. And we should be able to guide them also that, okay, if you are doing so it will be a human rights violation, or will not be good. We will not be seen as a transparent company if we do not publish our report on time, or if we are not monitoring and tracking, or if we are just giving numbers which do not have any backup or something. There are a lot of questions that one should ask, and that's why there are a lot of focus on the monitoring and tracking of the beneficiaries and other part also. Challenges, just to summarize here, one thing is lack of awareness of general public in CSR activities. So many people see CSR as an alternate channel to the government. What government is giving as a benefits, corporates should also give similar kind of benefits. They do not see or they do not know that, okay, CSR activities can be utilized in different kind of things, like I talk about creation of economic development, creation of livelihoods and other things that people are not updated about. Need to build local capacities, lot of effort required to actually effectively utilize the CSR, not only in the corporate, the partners which are involved, the stakeholders which are involved, their capacities are also need to be built accordingly, so that the project or anything can be implemented well. That is also important. Issues of transparency, we also feel it like, okay, there is a lot of gap into it. Sometimes what people report, they do not have data for it. They are just reporting are also very incoherent. So all these transparency issues are also there. We should check it that, okay, whether they are planned well or not. Non-availability of well-organized non-government organizations, so that is also a problem. Compliance for NGOs are becoming complex at this moment, and many of them are not able to comply with it because they do not have the legal capacities. They are also not able to understand and deliver that, okay, what does it mean? And timely completion of the compliance is also very important. So they already remain very under-resourced. So that is also one kind of challenge for the NGOs. Visibility factors, many corporates also want their visibility as a priority area. So that is also very challenging. So for example, one of the CSR that we are engaged with, and they want to do everything into the NCR, and we are saying that if you can invest this particular amount into other states, you can create better impact into that particular states. But they want that, okay, we will not be visible in that particular state because we want our visibility to be in the NCR only. So visibility factor sometimes limits the opportunity and other things. Narrow perceptions towards CSR initiatives. Narrow perceptions means seeing it as an activity, not as an opportunity to create a large scale impact. I think that is very important that one company should look at it, not from just from a charity side. How can they empower the communities and they can increase their livelihoods and other things. Non-availability of clear CSR guidelines, that is also one thing as a challenge, that like the reporting and everything. So it talks about the CSR committee and how CSR committee has to define the objectives, transparency of the expenditures and everything. But like whether it is a law that they should be spending their amount into the local area, they cannot go outside their local area. There is no clear guideline on this. So it creates confusion sometimes when the projects has to go outside of their geography. So they are not able to take that call also. And in the variety of stakeholders, sometimes it's also challenging to create a consensus. Many projects do not move or starts quite late because there is not a consensus because of the other factors. Guidelines are not very clear. Sometimes transparency is not built, capacities are not there. So it takes a lot of time. It generally takes 6 to 8 months to finalize one project with one partner. Okay, I will stop here. Any questions till now before I go to the next session? Any reflections or questions? Yeah.
I have two questions.
Yes, sir, please.
You talked about International Organization for Standards. What is the ISO reference number?
Sorry, I do not have it now, but if you want, I can just add that into the presentation. I will just share it with you. Will that work?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
second question is about stakeholders. Many times what I've seen is when the company or the corporate undertakes the CSR activity, they have not clearly identified all the stakeholders.
Yes.
Different stakeholders are affected in a different way.
Hmm.
Can you shed some light on how to include all stakeholders in a CSR project?
So I will touch a bit on the planning of the CSR project, and there is a process of stakeholder consultation and stakeholder planning. Generally, it is a recommended step that it should be done before the deploying any project or something, but sometimes also overlooked. People do not do it in the beginning of the project, and they try to explore it when the project is already into this implementation phase, and it creates challenges on that time. Some stakeholders are on in line with your idea and objectives, and some stakeholders are not in line with it. So if the consultation can be done before the planning of the project or the implementation of the project, then it can develop a holistic project which can be easily with the consent can be implemented. Yes, sure, I will share the PPT, no problem. This PPT is kept towards the end. I will share both the PPTs. Any thing else on this?
Uh, Hi, this is Anita. Actually, we used to take care of the CSR activity from the auditing perspective. Okay, see, basically, as an auditors, we look into it whether it has been complied properly or not. We stick with the rules, provisions, and other things. But today, I would like to thank you personally because you have thrown a different perspective. Like I can improve my knowledge and I can advise my clients properly. So your presentation is very good. I'm very happy on it. Thank you very much. I appreciate.
Thank you, Anita ji. So that was also objective of this nature of the CSR session, that we understand the overall nature, just not the law compliance that is actually making us. So yeah. Okay, so with that note, we shall move to the next, the planning of the CSR. Do we need a break of 5 minutes?
Yes, 5 minutes break for tea.
Yeah, okay.
Great.
Yeah, okay, that's good. So let's have a break for 5 minutes and then I will continue. Okay. Okay, let me know if you're back. Okay. Let's see, Mukund sir. Who else has joined? We all are here.
Yes.
Great. I hope you had your tea and now you are more energetic. So we can move into the next part, which is basically the planning of the CSR. So the thing is that if the things are so complex and we need to see different perspectives, the ethical responsibility, the economic and the environment and everything, and how do I plan my CSR activity accordingly? And does my CSR project have all the provisions to uh, uh, entail all these things or not? So how I have designed my presentation or my thing, I'm just sharing with you that I will just start with the key characteristics of a project, that okay, what it has. And I will go through some of the steps which are generally followed in the CSRS project to have it more effective, so that the impact can be increased and impact can also be evaluated in the end. And some of the examples also, that some companies how they do it and what is the best practices around it. It is to give the perspective that if we are looking at a CSR project, then we can also suggest and sometimes also ask that, okay, these are the gaps. Have you filled those gaps? Have you worked out on this? Do you have to certain reports or not? So if they have missed out some steps also, you can also recommend them later that, okay, this step is important and what value it adds to the overall CSR project. That is also important to understand. So let's start with the another presentation on the same thing. Uh, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So if you, okay, cool. So we learn already about that why we are doing the CSR projects. These are the few of the things. But let's try to involve that. Okay, what is the key characteristic of a CSR project? What it contain overall? So, so very first objective and very first thing that has been seen across in India in the CSR, that there is an alignment with the company's values and core competencies. So majority of the projects are very much aligned with the what companies corporate values are and what companies corporate core competencies also. They generally do not enter into a sector or into a certain things which where their core competencies doesn't lie. Core competencies say mean what I mean basically, it can be the sector where they are working. So for example, if a company is working say in the transportation area, so their CSR projects much more be aligned with the transport problems, transport issues, and transport sector largely. There, it can be that, okay, if they are not finding any option to invest more, then they can look for another sector also. But this is the core philosophy that they have, that it should be aligned with the company's values and the core competencies. Third important characteristic of a CSR, second important characteristic that is important is the stakeholder engagement and involvement. I think the previously this question is already asked, that how we are actually involving the stakeholder. Now the stakeholders who can be, so like for a project, there is a grantee of that project, or the who is actually receiving the money and implementing the project. And then there is also a grantor who is actually giving the project, giving money and everything. In that case, we are able to see only two major stakeholders, two parties who are involved in it. But from the larger CSR perspective, they are not the only parties. So for example, a CSR project is being implemented, say, in a rural area, in a panchayat or in a block. So, and it try to improve the overall health access to the health services in that particular area, then the stakeholders will increase. The stakeholders would be the block development officers, the health department of that particular block, particular area, the communities that they are working with, they will be also stakeholders. The panchayats, the involvement with the panchayats will be there, so definitely they will be also in the stakeholder, and the Anganwadis and other things. So every system or subsystems which is interacting in the project becomes a stakeholder in that particular project. A stakeholder, why we are calling them a stakeholder? Because they are directly or indirectly impacted by the project. And there is also a mutual interest of these people, which is getting fulfilled by this particular project. So often CSR projects fails to map all these players before planning of the project or the feasibility analysis. If they have done the feasibility analysis or something, which is great. If they have done it or the stakeholder consultation beforehand, that is great. But sometimes it is not done, and they happens when the project implementation is starting. Even what we have experienced that now they have a provision of say 6 months to have those consultations within the implementation period also, and then modify the project accordingly. So the project is not just something written on the stone also. Through that inputs and everything, the project can also be redefined by both the parties and taking the consideration and consensus of the different stakeholders involved into it. Third is the long-term sustainability and impact. That is also important for a CSR project to contain, that how that project will sustain and what is the impact of it. So there are two ways of looking at it, that okay, if am I doing certain activities which are limited to one time show that okay, I have given some benefits and they have utilized that benefits and it's gone, or am I investing in something which creates a ecosystem through which those benefits can be sustained for a longer period of time. So for example, here, like for example, if there is a problem of crop failures in a particular area where I'm engaged or where my CSR project is actually focused, and then what is my project cutting to? Suppose if there is a crop failure, I have given the compensation to the crop failure. That is a one kind of thing that one can think about it. But is it sustainable? Is it impactful? These are the questions that we need to ask. That it's not very such impactful thing that to do in that particular area. Maybe that compensation will run for 1 year. What happens the second year, the crop failure will also happen. Who will provide this compensation again? We will be investing again in it. So what could be the alternate strategies for it? So how we can make the program more sustainable, maybe increasing the capacities of farmers to have better practices, maybe providing support systems, linking with them crop insurance or other things, so that their long-term benefits can be seen, not just the short-term benefits. Measurable goals and transparency, that is all an important characteristic. Whatever we do, and lots of CSR projects, if you go, their objectives, their goals, their outputs, outcomes, I will just show the metrics also, how they map it all together. These all are defined through some indicators. So those indicators should be measurable and should be very transparent to monitor and track also. So suppose if I am saying that my CSR project is focused on reducing the child mortality, so my goal should be very clear and measurable, that okay, how much child mortality I'm intended to impact in the coming 3 years or 4 years to 5 years. It will be reduced by 1%. It will be reduced by 1.5%, 0.5%, whatever it is. So it should have a baseline and it should also have a end line. Sometimes as auditor, we need to see that projects fails to do the baselines themselves. They sometimes put up the indicator, but sometimes baselines are not there. So without having the baselines, comparing the goal is also baseless. We cannot say that, okay, this all effort just happened because of the CSR projects, and the impact that we are trying to show is actually truly the result of the investments that has been made. So having clear baselines is also important indicator, and to make things more measurable and also transparent. So for example, this whole mission Lakpati, which I was talking about, so government is doing the whole baseline. What is the current level of income that women are having at the moment? Okay, now that we see after 2-3 years where it reached. So that's how the baselines and everything can also be done. Many CSR projects do it. Last is the collaboration with NGOs, government and local communities. This is also important characteristic which has been seen in the CSR projects, that most of the CSR foundations or corporate foundations, they do not directly implement the project. They have collaborations either with NGOs, either with the government, or either with the local communities. So these kind of collaborations are generally seen in every CSR projects. And so if there is a collaboration, then there has to be a contract. If there is a contract, then the contract must be having certain conditions to fulfill, that has timelines, that has how the resources will be allocated. It has a lot of things that contracts details out. So from an auditing perspective, one can also see it that, okay, what contract said, what has been delivered, how it is delivered, and everything. So these are the basic characteristics that a CSR project generally have. And I'm just giving a sense that, okay, every characteristic has in itself opportunity to audit, right? It's just not the result and the money that we are comparing. We are also seeing from the philosophy side that, okay, what kind of systems, mechanisms, processes that company is doing it through their CSR activities, that we should be able to ask. Now, in the planning steps, so what are the key steps involved? So one thing that corporate generally do, that identifying key social or environmental issues. If they are truly believe in the CSR, this is the very first step that they should be doing. Okay, what is the main issue on which the CSR project or CSR investments will be focused upon? So those identification has to be done as a first steps. Then moving the setting the clear goals and objectives. Okay, if this topic has been selected, then okay, what are my goals and what are my objectives to actually contribute to that particular issue in resolving, and also to actually create an impact or change. What are my goals and objectives that I'm trying to achieve? Third level would be the conducting research and stakeholder analysis. Now, this is steps that I was talking about, that I should be able to do a baseline research kind of thing. Who are the stakeholders which are working on those goals and objectives, which are important players, and should be considered while designing a CSR project or not? Has those stakeholder analysis, stakeholder consultations are done or not? That is also important steps to follow. Designing project strategies and action plans, then comes to your project strategies and action plans, and how those projects will be strategized, how this will be implemented, how the action plans will be developed. Then the implementing and monitoring of the project. Again, if we have to make it more transparent, measurable and everything, so it has to be monitored well. So what are the monitoring mechanisms? We are living in a digital era now. So like what TRI does for most of our programs to report to the CSRs, we have our own internal online monitoring platform. So we have applications, we have systems through which data from the fields can be immediately reported back to the donors and the organizations. We also utilize lots of government systems for the effective monitoring. There are different ways of monitoring also. We can develop something of our own. Most of the CSRs now give any login to any application or something through which they collect the data, monitor the project, and everything is actually done. So you can also ask them, okay, what are your monitoring mechanisms? How do you monitor this project? can we have a look, okay, whether it's updated or not updated, how you are reporting all this data and everything. That can also be asked as a question. Last, the evaluating impact and making improvements. So again, it has to be a cyclic. So if the improvements are suggested, then definitely the next project will be followed up with the improvements. But evaluation is very important. So most of the CSR projects, I think the law also defines it very clearly that there has to be a third-party evaluation. It cannot be a internal evaluation done by their own CSR teams or everything. So a third-party evaluation is must for a CSR project, and they should be also compliant with it. So in the evaluation, what they have to evaluate, it's very simple. If they have set certain goals and objectives, so in the evaluation, we will be trying to evaluate whether those goals and objectives have been met or not, and all the processes being followed, which was designed into the project or not. So all these things has to be evaluated here. The evaluation reports, monitoring reports, every step has certain outputs. So all these reports, one can ask someone while auditing their projects that, okay, whether we have this, whether we have this, all these, they should be able to answer on these steps that they have involved in this step or not, or if they have not involved it, what was the idea behind it. So that is something that we need to constantly track.
Acha, one question. Actually,
Yes.
your organization Transform Rural India, is it your organization?
Yes.
Transport Rural India is engaged in this type of jobs, means auditing the CSR projects.
No, we are actually in actually the implementing of the CSR projects largely, and
Yes.
we also our one of the unit is also advises CSR on the projects also, that how to plan and how to implement the CSR projects.
Not evaluation.
Not evaluation, no, not evaluation directly,
Okay,
but
okay.
in few cases we have done the evaluation at the larger level, but not at the project level.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so identifying key social or environmental issues. So how to identify? So there is a business practice or objective that we have. There is a social or environmental issue that we are looking at it. And also there is a legal compliance or risk that I am trying to mitigate. So a sweet spot will be the cross section of all three to define my niche or my social cause or the environmental issue that I should be focusing upon. So it should be aligned with my business objective. It must be able to reduce any or solve any social issue or environmental issue, and it should be helping into my legal compliance and also future risk mitigation. So these kind of things, three things can easily define the social and the environmental issues that on which one should be working upon. So for example, I'm just putting it here for the Maruti Suzuki. What they do, we know they are into this automobile sector. They ready to job skilling institutes they are creating. So for the automobiles specifically, so it's meeting their business objective, obviously. They are also have motor driving training centers. So again, safe driving, safe practices, they are also involving for social causes and everything. They're also involving in, and also the safe driving campaigns that they are doing. So you see, what I'm trying to say is that it's very much aligned with the company's focus, company's sector, and company's area, but it is not limited to it. So many companies start with this and then gradually spill over their CSR activities in other sectors also. But generally, it's a notion that, okay, we should start with where our presence is more resonated with the company brand, company practices, and company objective. So if someone asks you to design,
Sir, I have a question in this.
Yes.
Sir, for example, this motor driving training centers, which are run by Maruti Suzuki, they are charging a good amount for teaching people how to drive. So if it is under the CSR thing, then why are they charging for the same?
So again, so we need to see that it's a funded movement that is being done, or it's the CSR money is being deployed there, or it's just again from the four factors of CSR that we have seen, the ethical responsibility and the environment responsibility and other things that maybe that they are doing for as an internal practice to actually build the company brand and everything. Right. So, and these centers are not completely owned by Maruti Suzuki. These centers largely are also outsourced to different partners. They are actually running under one umbrella of Maruti Suzuki. That's how they are doing it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so defining CSR goals and objectives, that's also how we define our priority. Conduct material assessments like defining importance, what is important for us, where we can invest, where we can start easily. So where the resources has to be deployed more judiciously, that is the steps which a CSR goals and objectives have to define very clearly. Set overarching CSR goals like how it contributes to sustainable development goals and other factors. Define it specifically, measurable goals. Engage the stakeholders, prioritize and allocate the resources. This is the last, but this is very important part, that how we are allocating the resources. And developing a clear action plan. Generally, the CSR committee, which is actually formed under the law, they are actually responsible for carving all these points very clearly, and they are responsible for detailing it out. Again, just to emphasize that these goals should align with the values, address key issues, and measurable and time bound. Engage stakeholders regularly and review objectives for continuous improvement. That is also important to understand while defining the CSR goals. Now, conducting research, and I'm just going step by step. So conducting research and stakeholder, what we do, stakeholder consultation, understanding their interest, then feasibility analysis, understanding feasibility of the developed goals, whether it's implementable, whether they are able to create an impact into this or not. Mapping interest. So mapping interest, that who all will be actually will be benefiting out of it, having an analysis of their interest and everything again. Then developing a roadmap that how the project will be actually implemented, how we will be involving different partners and everything. And CSR, how to achieve the whole CSR goals in a longer way. So these are the 4-5 steps which generally a CSR projects a company basically involves. And then the strategies, defining CSR activities and projects, designing of the projects, developing strategies for the implementation. So once this is done, this research and the stakeholder analysis done, then it's easier for any company to design and develop their projects and action plans. So what kind of activities they will incorporate. So it's just not a simple process that, okay, it's not just a simple boardroom discussion. Also, these are the activities on which we have to do. There are a lot of steps which needs to be followed to arrive on those activities, that, okay, why we are selecting a particular CSR activity or a project. That is also important to know here. So what is the typical project design, how they actually do it and take it. So, okay, so there is one process which is call for proposal. So generally, if it's in collaboration with any NGO or any partner, a call for proposal is actually announced, and then the application on the people apply for this call for proposal, and proposal verification and all the steps are followed. So these are the flow of a CSR project, that, okay, that a company is actually announcing a CSR project, then what kind of steps they should follow. So the proposal verification is done on a certain framework, or a certain indicators are finalized already by the committee, that, okay, why this particular project is prioritized, why another project is not prioritized. All these criteria are set by them, and these criteria can be used to verify the proposals clearly. Then once selected proposals are done, then the initial consultation happens. Initial consultation, that, okay, we are going with the that particular partner, and hearing from them, okay, what they want to do. They generally present and pitch their proposals there, that okay, this is what they want to do. And here the CSR team and the partner team try to align their goals and objectives very clearly, that okay, this with what we have proposed, but the CSR goals are also important. So to align with them, what kind of modification and other things can also be done. That is also discussed in the initial consultation. Fourth step is also field verification. So it's just not a paperwork. So CSR team with their evaluators, with their auditors, they also visit to the field and see that, okay, what is the work that they are doing, what they are proposing into the proposal, have they have done it somewhere, what kind of claims that they are making, are those claims visible on the ground or not. So a field verification is also must. If this step is missing, then definitely there will be some gap. There can be high chance of project failure, or maybe a selection of a wrong partner or a wrong NGOs. Then the customization, according to the field verification, the field verification realities, the customization of the product is also happens. And the final board presentation is made and the board approves the particular project. And then the final, once the approval is done, the implementation work is actually started. Now, this is a particular way that each corporate actually trying to make the project, the CSR projects, call for proposals to the final approval. And it has a lot of components involved. It also has a lot of steps which needs to be fulfilled. And it generally takes, in my experience, so far I have like wrote for almost all big corporates. We have partnerships and we have work projects with them. Generally 6 to 8 months it takes to actually get it approved. Once first approval is done, then the another approval or the coming approvals, it takes less time because the field verifications and most of the consultations are done already. So in the first time, if someone is doing it, then it generally takes 6 to 8 months, and sometimes it also takes 1 year. The cycle of these projects are also like it generally call for proposals comes into the month of December, so that at least in the coming 3-4 months till the March of month, they can prioritize their key areas where they have to invest, and if there are some good proposals, they can freeze the money also for it. Now, what kind of themes project can have? So we talked about the Schedule 7, right? Schedule 7, they have a lot of project activities, but CSRs generally also work on a thematic. At which stage you consider a project as closed? You mean after the approval of the project, right, Shyam Sundarji?
Yeah, I mean, when the project completes, you have certain impact, right? So with that impact, we will report to management, and how is it treated as closed? That's my, because impact is not specific, it is all qualitative mainly.
So yes, but not only qualitative, there is a lot of quantitative indicators also mentioned. That's why I was sharing the steps wala slides. When you are actually deciding upon a project, when a project is being defined, the goals and indicators are also being freezed there. And if you follow the good corporate practices, they freeze it quantitatively also, they freeze it qualitatively also. And when the project period is coming to an end, then there is a third party evaluation happening, and the third party is actually given with the initial project proposal that okay, this was the proposal which was given, and these are the quarterly or the half yearly reports, monitoring reports which have come. Now you check and go on the field that okay, what kind of impact they have created, and that impact then is evaluated by the third party, and that it's reported back to the board that okay, this kind of impact is actually created on the ground.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So as thematics, so there is a particular theme of health and nutrition, which is very popular in the CSR projects. Mostly maternal and child health, nutrition, non-communicable diseases, health emergency crisis, and WASH project, water, sanitation and other projects, they all comes into this health and nutrition domain or a theme. So why I'm just giving you this terminologies, that when you are actually auditing some documents, they may not be written as per the CSR law or the CSR Act, because NGOs see it more thematically. They do not see it more law-wise or act-wise. So when the proposal gets approved also, these kind of terminologies are very common, which are visible into the proposals. So you should be able to capture it very well, that okay, this theme means this kind of projects will be there. So for livelihood, similarly, agriculture and allied activities, skilling or job orientation, training, women economic empowerment, farmer producer organization, and the value chain kind of work is actually generally comes into the livelihoods sector. Then it's just like the corporate sector. Corporate have an automobile sector, then they have a health sector. So similarly, NGOs and this development world also works into these kind of sectors. Then environmental and well-being, the climate smart villages, air purification projects, and carbon projects are also becoming popular now. So all carbon projects also coming into the environment category now. Fourth category is the education, the primary education, smart schools, teachers training campaigns and everything. It's also education. And the last is the child rights. It's also a special category because there is also lots of acts which protects the children from abuses, children from many other things. So lots of projects are also run in India on that. Helpline facilities are also there. Child rights projects are also there. Girl child safety projects are also there. So all these comes under the child rights category. So these are the broad sectors. Definitely they are evolving. There will be more additions in the coming time as the society evolves, the sector also evolves. So many of the time when you are reading proposals, you may face that, okay, someone has just said child rights. So what does it mean actually? That what kind of project it may contain. If it is a multi-year project, it takes a long time to realize the impact. In between, people change and there's a danger of losing track and test alive. Also, is a spending to be reported financially. It happens on the first financial year when funds are spending to be reported on the financial. Okay, so here what you said is correct actually. In the multi-year projects, definitely these are the challenges, and most of the projects are the multi-year projects, especially with the big corporates. And they are not 1 year projects or 2 year projects. Generally, the timeline is for the 3 year project. For the smaller corporates, smaller companies, the project timelines are also lesser. But those are very immediate kind of activities which can be seen into a small span of time. The reporting timelines. So the reporting timelines for the CSR board and everything will be different with the reporting timelines that one NGO is being asked to report on certain items. So I have seen that many corporates ask for the quarterly reports, some also ask for the 6 months reports, and some also ask only yearly reports. It depends on the what corporate management has decided upon on that. So one can check their guidelines and everything when engaging with them. Okay, so this is the thematics. This is the logical framework analysis. Many projects fails to put up their project in this logical sense, but it's a very important tool, and but good corporates tend to follow it, and they also ask people to actually create a logical framework for their project if it is a multi-year project, so that the logical connections between the activities, the outcomes, your project purpose, and the overall goal can be seen very clearly. So if you are auditing any project or something, you can immediately ask, do you have a LFA? Do you have a logical framework for this? Or if you have a logical framework, can you show me? This gives the whole project in a very small metrics to understand and what kind of indicators and what kind of means of verifications are being committed between the CSR project and the implementing organization which is actually implementing it. So this is actually very clearly described tables. So for example, if suppose I am doing any activity, then what kind of outcomes it can create, what project purpose it serve, and how it reaches to the overall goal. That interconnections are built very clearly. Then for goal, what are the objectively verifiable indicators? What are the indicators that I have set to measure the goals? How I verify it? What are the means of verification? Here they clearly spell out there will be a yearly report, or there will be a government portal where this indicator can be seen, or there will be any other mechanism which will be used to verify this particular indicator. Is there any risk or assumptions that are also very clearly mentioned into a logical framework? So because of lack of capacities, what I was telling before in the previous presentation, because of this challenges, many organizations also leave this out. They do not follow it, but this is a recommended practice. Global CSRs always follow this logical framework. They never skip it. This is the basic premise of their project. And now I am seeing HCL, Tata, and everyone is adopting it, and they are also keeping their formats like this. So it has objectively verified indicators at different levels, what means of verification it will use, and is there any risk or assumptions involved into it. So this helps anyone to understand the project in a smaller way, and also to verify, okay, what I have to look for if I am actually reviewing a purpose, reviewing some activities, or reviewing some outcomes. There is another also one important tool which is used. So here is an example that, okay, what kind of questions to be answered in these particular thing. I will share the PPT. You can go into the details. Everything is mentioned in this, so it's very clear. So it's easier to fill up if one can answer these kind of questions into it. Here I just put up one kind of example. So for example, these are the activities for a particular project. Objective of the project is to create an enabling environment in schools for children to attend and learn with dignity through proper sanitation facilities in the schools. This is the overall objective of this particular project. What is the specific objective? What it will do? It will improve the sanitation facilities and uses in the schools, 1st to 7th class. It will improve the hand washing practices among students and standard of 1st to 7th class. What are the indicators for it? Percentage of student access increase to the toilets. Percentage increase of students reported to wash hands. What is the means of verification? End line with respect to the baseline, right? So similarly, what are the results or outcomes are being created? Selected schools, toilets uses increased with appropriate facilities. Indicator, 5 facilities installed, strengthened, improved in the school toilets. So numbers, figures are also given. How do I verify is checklist of facilities on toilets are displayed. So all these things are mentioned into these kind of a logical framework. It's for a project in Maharashtra, which was developed and approved. So I'm just putting it as an example that how these are interlinked. Similarly, indicators for the activities can also be defined. There can be a manual, there can be a meeting minutes or anything which can be defined. So this is an important tool which can be utilized to plan the CSR projects and actually audit them towards the end also. There's also one framework which is little shorter than the LFA, which is also called the results framework. So it talks about at 3 levels, what activities you will do, then these activities, what kind of output it will create, and what kind of outcome it will create. The only problem with this logic is that it does not talk much about the indicators and means of verifications that you have to ask separately. So it gives you a logical flow to understand the project and also to review the project accordingly. So here, like for example, one activity is facilitate formation of 20 forest site committee. What kind of output it will be producing? A total 200 forest site committee members capacitated on the process of Forest Site Act, their roles and responsibilities, etc., to take forward on the forest site into 20 villages. Now, as an auditor, if I will be using logical framework analysis, then I would be putting here the indicator and the means of verification. If I am saying 200 FRC members are capacitated, then what data should I look at it? Is there any training record which is maintained, or there are some formats which are being filled while training was happening? So can I look at all those formats or not, and verify these numbers and everything which is being mentioned as an outcome or as an output here? So the benefit of LFA is there. So in the smaller projects, people omit it, but in the larger projects, multi-year projects, in the large grants and the large number of money, all these formats are being used. Okay, so how to implement and monitor the project? So basically, there should be baseline surveys or reports to measure the impact in the end of the project, gives the existing state, and also helps in developing contextual mechanism. So, and again, the challenge will be for a smaller project, maybe someone skip this baseline survey and report. But if it is a 6 months project or 1 year project, the what indicators towards the end they are trying to achieve, they must be written very clearly while the project proposal is being developed. If that indicators or those, whether it's quantifiable, whether there is qualitative, they should be mentioned. For qualitative measurement, there are also various tools which auditors generally use. There is key informant interviews that they do. There are some group discussions in the field that they do. Like what in our projects, what we have seen that the auditors goes into the field and they discuss directly with the communities. And from those discussions, they tend to identify, okay, what kind of qualitative changes have been made into the villages. So they sit with us into the group meetings and discuss with the communities to understand it also. Those reports and everything are very subjective, but that's how the auditing is also done for the qualitative side. A good thing is to have the project MIS in place also or not. For the long-term project, it's very important to have the project MIS. So the monitoring information system should be there. Related tools, formats, and templates should be developed and shared on time. Many a times what happens that MIS is planned, but it's not deployed. Or many times it deploys very late. So the sometimes formats are not developed, some templates are not developed. These are all beforehand project while the planning of the project is happening. All these things has to be done before the project start to implement, so that every data, every information should be captured in a proper manner. Project trackers are also developed to track every activity, whether it's happening on time, and timely reporting is also being asked. Now, evaluating impact and making improvements. So project evaluation tools, there is a cost benefit analysis that one can do. So one can understand, okay, what is the investment has been done, what is the benefit, but it's good to have for the projects which are more quantitative in nature. So for example, if I am supporting 1,000 farmers for agriculture improvement, and if I am suppose investing 1 crore rupees there, so I can calculate very easily that, okay, what is their farm productivity level, how much it has increased. Suppose they were having 5 ton of production, now they are having 8 ton of production. So what is the cost of this additional 3 ton which is being produced? And for one farmer, if it has this value, then for 1,000 farmer, it has this much value. So one can simply relate it with. But many a times, like sir was sharing already, that qualitative outputs and qualitative benefits, they are not being captured into the monetary value directly, and sometimes it creates a tough call that, okay, how much benefit actually a community is having vis-a-vis to the cost being invested in it. To avoid it, some also use return on investment. So they try to create monetary value of every output which is being created, whether it's qualitative, whether it's quantitative. And they just say that, okay, if I'm investing 1 rupees, then I'm actually generating a value of 10 rupees. And many global philanthropies or global corporates, they do it. They ask for the similar way. They do it that, okay, if I'm investing 1 euro in you, then how much benefit you are actually going to create. So return on investment is also one kind of method. Nowadays, the social return on investment, the SROI is also very popular, and that is also important. That it also involves the social aspect of it. What is the social value being created out of it? Not just the monetary value that we are focusing upon. So social values is also being focused. Social value can be seen as the empowerment of the community, the institutionalization of the community, the confidence, the intergenerational effects, and everything is actually being mapped in the social return on investment. And it just not capturing the immediate returns, it also captures the future returns and other things being counted. KPIs is also one kind of tool to evaluate that, okay, whatever the key performing indicators decided during the projects. For example, the production of a particular farm will increase by 30%. If this is the KPI, then what is the existing level of production can be mapped. So KPIs can also be defined. There is also balanced scorecard. Balanced scorecard is basically a list of checklist of different items where the improvements are being seen. Then what is the level of improvement is being seen or being targeted on that. Suppose the current level like for generally done for centers and services which are available at a village level. For example, an Anganwadi center. If the quality of food is one kind of indicator which needs to be improved, so they just first check that, okay, what is the current level? So they said, okay, the quality of food is at 2, but towards the end of the project, the quality of food has reached to the 4, level 4. So out of 5, the level 4 has achieved. So it's a improvement in the particular thing. So balance scorecard can also be used. How to allocate benefit derived to the intervention or project. Maybe some part of benefit would have otherwise occurred without intervention. Yes, sir. So this is also a challenge. Sometimes that is also a question that, okay, how we determine this, that this particular change has happened because of the intervention of the project only. So in many qualitative projects and the quantitative projects, they define the control area very clearly. So while doing the baseline also, if the baseline and end lines are being done, so there are certain villages or pockets with similar terrain or similar regions are treated as control, where project activities are not running. So when we do the end line, the third party also do the end line there, and also see that what are the changes which are happening automatically, not without this project also, and comparing both the differences. In our experience, what we have seen that there is a drastic changes through the investment which can be done and which has been achieved by the CSR projects. So this is one way of defining control areas and also doing an end line with them, so that this confusion of that, okay, whether the results are coming directly through the investments of the projects or anyway they are happening, those kind of confusions can be reduced. Yeah. In the end, the stakeholder analysis can also be used, mapping the stakeholders and using their feedbacks and also information from them. Qualitatively, that can also be done. Risk assessment tool frameworks can also be used. How much risk has been mitigated, how much risk what we are assuming before is actually curved. So there are also tools for this which can be also used to actually evaluating the impact of this particular project. So for example, if I have improved the maternal care or the for the lactating on the pregnant woman, then the risk of an unhealthy birth or a birth which may be turned into a child mortality is reduced. So there are also risk management frameworks which are used at how much risk has been reduced due to these interventions. So all these tools can be used to actually determine the results and also find out that, okay, what kind of changes has happened. And last is also sustainability assessment. That is also important, that how sustained are the projects. Now, most of the third party evaluators, they keep a sustainability aspect intact. They generally go and see that, okay, whether the results or the outputs will sustain over time or not. This is a very critical indicator for them to define. Peer reviews is also one kind of thing that I was sharing, the FGDs, the group discussions and everything, that is can also be done as an activity. Okay, so all these tools provide different perspectives and one can club them. So generally they should be planned before the when the planning of the project is being done, not after the project is being implemented. So that is also tactics people use. They use the tool through which the results can be shown. So if it is not planned before the project is actually being implemented, then there will be also a gap that people are using a tool where the results can be shown in a better way. So as an auditor, we can also have a check that, okay, whether these evaluation methodologies, evaluation tools has been decided before the project implementation or after, once the project has been implemented, and then we are deciding upon it. So here is a small input on the SROI, what it does, because it's very popular in the CSR industries now. It defines the scope, map the outcomes very clearly, evidencing an outcome and giving them a value. This is the important part. The SROI experts are being also used here. For each outcome, they actually define the value for it. And then they actually go onto the field, collect the evidences and the impact which has been done. Then as per the value allocated to the outcomes, what they calculate the social return on investment and develop the report and analysis. That this kind of method steps are being used in the story. How the reports will look like, this is a simple one kind of example. This is a very beautiful one slide reports that, okay, if increase in dependence, $8,700 has been invested in this, then what kind of output it has created. Healthcare systems of $11,525 has been developed through this. Then also the homeowners and residents also generated a value of $9,350. So it's so overall, if you see the $1 is invested, then it creates a value of $2.84. So this is kind of the SROI assessments that are being done, and that's how one can actually also show their outcomes, impacts, and the social benefits or the value benefits which are created. To summarize the sessions, basically CSR, it helps to strengthen the relationship between the companies and stakeholders. I hope for the monitoring and the evaluation, there are also further more sessions where you will be having more deliberations about the in detail about these methodologies. It also enables continuous improvement and encourages innovations, attracts the best industry talent as a socially responsible company, provides additional motivation to employees, mitigates risk as a result of its effective corporate governance framework, enhances the ability to manage stakeholder expectations. What are the drivers? Care for all stakeholders, it's very important. Ethical functioning, that's important. Respect for workers' rights and welfare, respect for human rights, respect for the environment. So these are the driving principles for the CSR which are important to have. Okay, so any question and answer for this? Okay, so my contact details are already into the PPT. If you want to have it, then you can also contact me directly. I will share the PPT anyway with everyone.
So thank you so much, sir, for taking this session. It was really informative and knowledge gaining session to everyone. And thank you once again to taking this session, sir. I request you please share your PPT so that I can share to the participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rishi.
Thank you all.
For your
Thanks,
good deliberation.
Thank you, sir.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Very
We
good
have
delivery.
our next guest faculty, Miss Harsha Ramnani ma'am. She has already joined. I am welcoming to Miss Harsha Ramnani ma'am for this program. Welcome, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. I can see some familiar faces.
Yes, you are also familiar with us.
Yes.
I have
So-
attended 1 year class.
Yes, sir. So I was just a little bit early and attended some of the part of Rishi, sir. It was a good deliberation from his side. So to start with the topic, which is the first one for the CSR course. Before starting, just a small introduction because yes, I can see some familiar names, but there are some new faces are also there. So lunch break we will have by 2:30. So although my session was planned to start by 12:45, but we'll try to cover up now in available time spent. So by 2:30 we will have a lunch break. So to start with the day, a small introduction from my side. I'm CA Harsha Ramnani and I'm from Jaipur. Earlier, I was more in assurance practice, the normal financial assurance and the other aspect of consultancy. But for last 4 to 5 years, moved to this new domain, which we all are, more excited to understand about the ESG, CSR compliances, social audits, and BRSR compliances. So this is how I'm exploring my interest in this area. So when we, see these all fields, ESG, BRSR, CSR, not directly linked all these fields, but somewhere these are connected fields. In social audit aspect also, when we talk about the impact assessment, so how it impact assessment started, where was the idea where social audit is, got the idea of impact assessment. So probably we can link that CSR was one of the major area where it was an idea that we should also have a impact assessment for social enterprises as well. So for first 45 minutes, we are going to discuss about the next step, which is budgeting and the resource allocation under CSR assessment. I think this is one of the important aspect. Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, absolutely.
And how it is important and a crucial one. Any thoughts from the participants? The CSR assessment here, we are talking about the assessment for the activities which are considered as a social responsibilities of the corporate. Okay, and now we have the task in hand where we need to conduct a CSR assessment. And for that, we need to make a budgeting chart and a resource allocation. When we are saying the budgeting charge, obviously being a practitioner, we are charging our fees, and obviously we don't want to work on a loss side. We always want to work on a profit side. Being a consultant, always our GPNPs are on a higher side. So what are the budgeting aspect that we need to take care before quoting any CSR assessment project? How resource allocation is required? These are two crucial topics we are going to discuss in next 45 minutes, or I would say the 40 minutes. So before starting on this, I just wanted to know the thoughts or queries which you are having in your mind with respect to this topic. Or just to, discussion, because it is not a kind of topic. It's a discussion where we, can have more understanding that what is the budgeting techniques we need to see, what are the budget allocation we need to have required here, how we need to plan our resources, whether it is same as per our existing practice or something like different that is required. So all these things we need to discuss. So any of the participants, if you are having any thought on this or any query with respect to budgeting and resource, I just want to, listen queries first.
Is it the work of, you are telling of one social auditor? One social auditor, when he undertakes the work of assessment, he has to do, first of all, budgeting and resource allocation.
Yes. So whenever any client is coming to you for any social impact assessment, whether under the CSR project or maybe as a social auditor.
Yes.
Then before giving them quote, we need to see what is the budgeting is required under the project and what are the resource we will be, requiring for carried out the work.
Yes.
So it is equally important aspect. Right, wrong, maybe.
Yes, it is. It seems to be very important.
Yes, and why it is more important in this CSR assessment or a social assessment aspect, reason being, here we will get more negotiations from the client side, being social enterprises, being CSR projects or being CSR assessment, because they are working on grants, they are working on the donations and funds, which is not their money. So
Yes.
it is not their money. They need to give explanation to the funders and donors or the trustees who are involved in the project, that where they are spending the money, how they are spending the money. And when someone is saying that we are spending X much of amount on assessment, then equally deliverables we need to present them. That for example, if we are spending 5 lakh rupees, so that 5 lakh rupees need to be seen in the deliverables, that yes, for spending 5 lakh rupees, what is the benefit? So here our role is more like a consultant, being an assurance provider, not being an assurance provider, because when we are consultant for any company or when we are a consultant for any project, we need to give them output in terms of, yes, whatever the time we have spent on the project to assess their impact, whatever the time we have given on the project, this is the outcome you are getting from us. This is the improvement you are getting from us. Till the date, we are not giving them ideas of the improvement in the program. Till that time, it is difficult to make them understand that what was our role being a impact assessment practitioner or being a social auditor in social audit, if we talk about.
So, madam, one point.
Hmm.
I was in Coal India Limited. Coal
Hmm.
India Limited spends a lot of money on CSR.
Hmm.
Crores of rupees they spent on CSR. Last I know, thousands of toilets were made by from the CSR fund by Coal India.
Hmm.
This is exclusively, it has not been donated by some others. Only profit part of the company has been spent on CSR. So here, when we go for auditing, the same procedure we have to follow.
Yes, sir, because when company is appointing you for the assessment, where they
Yes.
have spent their own money, they have not relied on any third party, they have
Yes.
put their money, blood and everything to, make some constructions for the toilets, what you were saying, or for the complete facilities for different areas. Obviously, boards also wants to know that what is the progress, what was the target, whether company was able to achieve that target. So that, obviously for each and every program, we always have a baseline on a start point where we make a target that this is the project where we want to, construct 100 or 200 or 500 toilets for this particular area.
Yes.
So board always want to see whether the same target is achieved. If it is achieved within the same cost, which was initially submitted to board, that it was the estimated cost required to build the construction, or it was an overrun. If overrun, what is the reason of overrun? Second, why assessment is required? When we are submitting documents to board, we are giving them details about what kind of the facilities we are going to construct and how it's going to be constructed. Board always want an assurance as well that whatever the committed in initial meetings, whether the same quality was delivered by the CSR project, or maybe quality hampered, or maybe quality destroyed when it times comes for the actual implementation. So that's why if it is done by the company itself also, impact assessment or a CSR assessment always required. Now it is a regulatory requirement as well. When a company CSR spent is more than 1 CR in last 3 preceding financial years, under company's rule, this assessment from the independent agency is the required.
Compulsory.
Yeah, compulsory.
Actually,
So
whatever they have done, whatever they have been spent, and they have got it done through some persons, and whether the persons have rightly worked or not, whether the fund has been rightly utilized or not, they want to know through some report.
Yes.
And that's why they appoint some social auditor.
Social auditor or maybe practitioner we can call.
Yes.
So when we are talking about a social impact assessment, here I would, continue with the same portion like CSR assessment as well as social audit, because in social audit as well, we have an impact assessment procedure and it is as good as same for the CSR assessment. So whenever we are talking about the impact assessment, whether it is a CSR project impact assessment or a social project impact assessment, this particular frameworks required first to define and assess the performance on the social front. Why any of the organization or funders donors are asking for the impact assessment? Because they want to assess the performance on a social front. Whatever the things was committed to them before the disbursement of the funds or before asking for the funds, whether same has been achieved or not. It is a type of exercise which is giving us monitoring and the sustain of the social initiative, whether whatever the social initiatives were designed under the CSR project was designed under the social enterprises. What is the status, whether it same is working as per the project which was submitted to the board or to the trustees or to the other stakeholders, and the social initiatives are sustainable or not, whether there is any improvement or any change is required. This is one of the again common reason why impact assessment has been asked by maximum of the agencies. And it's a kind of guide phased growth, because see, we can't do like that, okay, this was a CSR project, we want to build or construct 500 toilets in a different areas. And now it is not necessary that this particular project will be completed in next 6 months or a 1 year. It can take 2 years, 2 years, and other bigger projects take sometimes much bigger period of time.
Exactly.
So we can't do the assessment on a later stage project is completed. It is always required an assessment or a recurring assessment, so that if there is any improvement is required, if any changes are required for a positive impact on the society, so that can be assigned or that can be discussed on an earlier stage rather than on the last stage, where we normally use a term like a post-mortem audit. So in financials, what we do, that's a kind of post-mortem audit where everything is done now, nothing is in our hand. So it is a new aspect for all of us, being a company, being a trust, being a practitioner. For all of us, it is very new aspect. So that's why at present, if we see, it is a recurring process where company also wants some people to review their projects on a recurring basis. And we also want some time to understand, because when these are the long projects, company has taken approximately 6 to 7 months just to design the project, that yes, this is one thing we want to do. Sometimes some CSR project designing takes 1 or 2 years timing as well. It's not easy to design any CSR project. If you want to build any college for a specific domain studies for your area, so it's not like that from a day one you are designed the project, हमें ये college बनाना है, and you are ready to start your project. It always takes certain detailed work, the permissions, where the college can be built, whether students are there to utilize that particular facility or not. All these feasibility study and everything, planning is required, and not necessarily that planning can be done in 1, 2 or 3 months. It can take 6 months or 1 year as well. So that's why guide phase growth is always recommended in the impact assessment. Yes, sir. Assessment work always needs a continuous efforts. Whenever we are appointed for any impact assessment, even though for the social enterprises, where they are asking for the assessment for the previous projects which they have done, even though the timelines which we have given, or we are thinking that, for example, if any organization is appointing me for the impact assessment of their 45 projects, where they have also communicating me that it will require approximately interviews of 80 to 90 individuals, 30 interviews of the communities, then some focus group discussions and everything. So for all these exercises where lots of effort is required on the side, it always take a time and continuous efforts from both of the sides, not only from the practitioner side, from company side, or from trust side as well. So this is a methodology, because we are here talking about the budgeting and the resource allocation. So before understanding the budgeting, we should understand what kind of the methods we need to use and what kind of the people set we required in one particular impact assessment task. So when we are talking about the impact assessment, so these are some aspects where system weightage, if we talk me about the leadership strategies, people and partnership, this all required a weightage of 30% because it is always there. Whenever we are talking with one of any of the organization or trust, we are talking to 3 or maybe 4 peoples. Okay, the leadership and strategy is the people who are having a leadership in their hand, that what should be done, how should be done, at what cost should be done. Okay. Second is about the people and partnership. This people and partnership is linked with the system. What is the system they are having within their organizations? So when we talk with the some limited companies or listed companies, they have certain systems in their organization. So if we talk about their CSR impact assessment, they are having more clear records with them. They are having more documentation with them for their CSR impact assessment, for their CSR expenditure, because they knows that without documentation, it is very difficult for them to even pass through their CSR expenses entry from their financial auditors. So comparatively from a trust or the societies, companies are having more documentation. Whereas if we talk about the trust side or the society side, which are till now not much more organized, they are not much organized in terms of their documentation, in terms of their detailings about the project, where more efforts are required from our side in first part as well. But where the companies are involved, the listed companies or private limited companies who are having some systems in their organization. So at that point of area where we can understand that lesser efforts will be required from our side because companies are maintaining records in a proper manner. The action and the impact analysis. This is the area where the 70% of weightage is required. And this is the area where efforts, being a practitioner, CSR assessment practitioner, are more required. Because considering Siddharth sir wants to have one CSR impact assessment, he is discussing with me that these are the projects where my organization is working. I want an impact assessment for this reason. He has explained me everything about the project. So the leadership and strategy part is done. He will explain me the reason why the impact assessment is required, whether it is a regulatory requirement or voluntarily for some other reason he is asking for the CSR impact assessment. So that part is taken care of. When we talk about people in partnership and system, so if Siddharth sir is one of the listed company or a private limited company, obviously he will having certain set of peoples who are taking care of that department. He will having certain systems within the organization, which is taking care of all these activities. So that part will be easy for me because it is a listed company. They are having system, they are having certain peoples in their company. But when it's come to any trust, NGO or any other, small organizations, so they are not much more organized, and efforts from our side, where I have mentioned is 30%, it will increase approximately even 40 to 50%, and it will be the 50-50 equal partnership. Because first you need to make efforts to collect or to gather data for the impact assessment. It will not be readily available for us that yes, company is providing. And then equally 50% efforts will required in an action and an impact assessment. And how you can contribute your uniqueness when you are working as a practitioner, as a CSR practitioner. So your higher focus should be on the performance of your deliverables. What kind of the things you are taking care, how you are, looking the project. So these are the holistic approach which we can, follow to deliver our CSR impact assessment, where as an organization, the outer area will be the organization governance. We can comment on the governance aspect, and then these 7 core objectives of the social responsibilities can be covered, considering what are the projects they are working, what kind of the projects they are having in their organization. So it can be on human rights, it can be on the labor practice, environmental, fair operating practices. This is also one of the social responsibility. It's not necessary always that we will have, certain projects which is taking care of the environment or the labor practices. Then consumer issues, and community involvement development. These are subject areas where you can provide your reports on an impact assessment. This is the framework which normally we follow. So these 2-3 slides I am sharing here just because before understanding what is the budget we can give to the client, we should always understand what is the efforts are required from our side. So when efforts are analyzed properly, then only we can give them the budget, and we can always do the cost benefit analysis for us as well. So whenever any company is asking for the impact assessment, these can be the requirement. So in terms of the recognizing social responsibilities, so ISO 26000 is there, then NGRBC guidelines, UN SDG goals, and Companies Act. So first we need to understand that in which particular area or which particular social responsibility they are asking in the impact assessment report. Then after understanding the requirement, whether they are asking report under ISO standards or just to see the compliance with NGRBC or UN SDG goals or under the Companies Act, Schedule 7, then we can identify the stakeholders considering their program structure. So after reviewing their program structure, we can see, we will try to identify the stakeholder metrics, who are the beneficiaries, who are the community holders, then who are the implementing partners, management teams, their CSR teams, employee supply chain, because all these will be the part of our activity. Then who are the sponsors, board leadership, because our report will be addressed to them mainly in our impact assessment reports. And according to the above metrics, we need to make a stakeholder sampling. So after understanding the project and after listing the stakeholder metrics, we need to do the sampling. And at the time of sampling as well, we need to take a confirmation from the client side that whether they want to cover a lower side of sampling or they want to cover a higher side of sampling. Because when they are saying a lower side of sampling, that means they just want a limited assurance or a limited assessment on their projects. But when they are asking for the higher side of sampling, so when they are asking for higher side of sampling, that means a reasonable impact assessment or reasonable assurance they are looking forward. Then logical model, the theory of change, which we normally use in the impact assessment frameworks. So analysis, the objectivity, activities, and output, these are required. Now, next is most important, the tools which we are going to use. So what kind of the tools you are going to use, whether all these tools are the physical tools, the more field work required, or somewhere you are going to use some digital tools as well. Although in a impact assessment framework or in a CSR benefits programs, digital tools are not readily available, or which are available are not much used, because if we talk about the impact assessment, for sure we need to be required on the field, whether we are even if we are preparing some questionnaires, some evaluation metrics on a system, I'm not sure that the people who we are considering as a beneficiaries will be able to answer on these metrics or the questionnaire. So it is always required more focus group discussions, more interviews, more feedback surveys on a field side, then some secondary data where stakeholder sampling again required, some documentation is always required from the company side. And when we are talking about the impact assessment, this impact assessment we are going to discuss at last in a detailed manner. So in short, what we need to report, what has been changed, how many people experience the change, number of the peoples, how long did they experience the change. This is again important. It's not a short-term theory where we need to see or we need to understand whether there was change or not. Then impact rating, silver, gold, platinum ratings can be applied here. And whenever we are working on a CSR assessment framework or any impact assessment framework, these SDGs are playing an important role, because now these days government focuses on implementation of these SDGs. So whatever the CSR project we are auditing or we are having an assessment, linking of that project with the SDG goals are important, and this is required for the reporting aspect always to the appointment authorities or maybe the stakeholders board approvals. why any company or organization will come for the social impact assessment to you. So there can be a requirement of compliances to the Indian legal requirement, the CSR rules. They want to ensure the consistency in the assessment and reporting. So there can be a scenario where mandatorily or legally not required to obtain any impact assessment report for their CSR expenditure. Still, being a company, being a good governance, they want to see the consistency in assessment and the reporting. So that's why they can again appoint us for the impact assessment. Then global expertise can be asked for the social responsibility. So they if it is an MNC, if it is a company where they're having a multiple projects under the CSR activities, so their global investors, global people can always ask for the social responsibility, and they want to their systems or their financials or non-financial information nationally, globally accepted. So earlier when we were talking about the financial statement, we were always talking about that our accounting standards are not in line with the IFRS. Now NDS are there. So our financials are also in line with the global reporting standard. So similarly, now for the non-financial reporting, if you are having a CSR assessment on a regular basis, your non-financial reporting will be considered as the equally globally accepted policies. So legal board compliances can be there. Then it also increase your credibility and accountability on the CSR boards, trustees among the investors. And obviously, you can always attract more people to join your CSR activities. And it is a part of communicating the impact as per global and the national standards. So once you are communicating your impact as per the global or national standard, obviously government is also seeing your impact. And sometimes you can always have some benefits on the government side as well while you are showcasing your impacts on the CSR activities. So now we are coming on the budgeting side. So when we are coming on the budgeting side, first we need to decide what is the scope of work for us being a social impact assessor or for social impact assessment. So this is a sample of a scope of work which is normally being asked by the social enterprises or for the CSR activities. So when they are asking for assessment, impact assessment, they are asking an independent, objective and reliable examination. They do not want to involve their internal people in the assessment. That's why they are hiring us, or they are, are requesting us for the impact assessment. The normal scope of work which they are asking for their projects, one is assessing the whether project program or a project-based activity is operating in accordance with the strategic intent and the planning. So it requires a lot of efforts from our side to understand the project first. What was the project? What was the strategic intent? And what was the planning which company has made? As I just, taking the same example which Siddharth sir put in a start of presentation, Coal India Limited, they made a project to construct the toilets on a different areas. So obviously for that, they have a project report with them with a strategic intent. There will be a strategic intent as well, and the planning also with some baseline. So that required your efforts to understand their project first, then assess the stated performance in terms of the impact and outcome. In the same project report, they have mentioned what is the expected impact they are looking forward or expected outcome they are looking forward. When we are seeing the outcome, so I think you all are from the background of CSR assessment. We all understand the difference between output and outcome.
Yes.
So outcome is something which is a logical change, qualitative change. So this is something we need to assess, just not a number. If we project is saying 100 toilets were required to construct, 100 toilets are constructed. Here, being a impact assessment agency, being a practitioner, we need to see whether the logical change of the project has been there or has been visible or not. People are actually using them or not using them. If they are not using them, what is the reason why they are hesitated to use that? Or if we are able to identify the reason of the hesitation, so what can be the solution for the same? And then suggest the way to improve impact measurement and performance by the management later. So this is a small scope of work which is always asked by the companies or the programs or CSR programs, and it includes many physical visits, sometimes virtual locations visits as well, functions, organization units, activities, processes, and time period also is crucial, because you need to see what is the time period they are looking forward to cover in any impact assessment report. So just as an example, I'm sharing with you, all of you. Recently, one of the trust, approached us for the impact assessment, and they asked for the impact assessment from the period 2013 to 2023, 10 long
10
years.
years.
So my first question was to them, it is okay that you are asking for the social impact assessment for 10 long years, but will it be easy for you to identify or to find the people who was the beneficiaries in the year of 2013, 14 or 15? In 2015, if X person was the beneficiary, there are chances that person has relocated to some other place, or person has moved to some other place, or maybe person is not available on the same site. So that type of the things we need to discuss with them, so that we can identify, we can see what kind of the challenges we are going to face in our assessment, and what kind of the efforts we need to put to identify the stakeholders, to see what is the sample size we are having for the impact assessment, and all other respective details. Then approach. Yes, sir. Hello. Then approach, what is the approach they are looking forward, and what is the approach is required from our side. So for impact assessment, it is always an outside-in approach, where we are more connected with the beneficiaries, target beneficiaries, and we are more asking details from the people who are not a part of organization. So outside-in approach is always required for CSR impact assessment, which requires lots of efforts from our side. Then delivery should be in high standards of the service and the practice methodology. So again, it is an approach that we can follow, and deployment of the competent team. So that will be again a part of our budgeting, that whom we are deploying and how we are planning our resources. We normally follow the 3R approach here, where research, recalibrate, and the report is the methods where we work upon. So in research, we assess the maturity level of the reporting and the identify new data information which needs to be tracked. In terms of the recalibration, if we talk about, so at the time during working on the field work, and we are on a field, then sometimes it requires to refine the processes of data collection. Initially, we thought that this process or this tool will be beneficial for us in data collection, but when we are on a field, sometimes it can require the recalibration and collection or the reporting and the monitoring purpose. And at last, whatever the fieldwork we have done, whatever the impact assessment studies we have done, we need to disclose the information in a comprehensive manner. So here, a report preparation also required your ample of time. It's not like a simple report where formats are available. We just need to put some numbers and then we can close the report. It requires a lots of efforts in terms of the reporting, because every time a stakeholder wants a comprehensive information, comprehensive report from our side, which includes quantitative as well as the qualitative information, and maintaining of the trail of data which we have audited in a field. So if you ask me the timeline, if it is a project where we are covering something like that, 5 to 6 projects. So this was actually a real proposal which I have submitted to one of the client, where they were asking for the impact assessment of their 10 projects. So this was the proposed timeline where we submitted that request of the data and disk review required over whole of the September month. Because when you submit the data, we will understand the same, what is the project, what are your understanding. Then fieldwork will consume our October, November month. So 2 months approximately, because their fields were very scattered and their projects were different variety of projects. It was not like that they were working only one type of activity. They were working on the tourism part, they were working on the education, they were working on gender equality, then some medical healthcare facilities. So each and every area was there. So that's why field work required 2 months at least. Then submission of the draft report was, we decided to give them in a December month, because again report drafting is required at least your 10 to 15 days easily, sometimes 20 days, depends on the number of the projects and the field activities which you have carried out. And then after discussion of the management, the final sign off was decided for the January month. So this is how you can decide the timelines, because when we are talking about the CSR implementation, assessment, it requires your field work, which is dependent on the people who are not a part of your organization. So you can't force them that today you need to sit with me for the focus group discussion or any type of the interview or any type of thing. You need to make your arrangements as per their convenience, outside in approach. So these are the beneficiaries who are busy at somewhere else. Or sometimes company also face the difficulty to identify the beneficiaries, then to convince them that please be a part of this exercise. Then they give you time, and accordingly you make, discussions with them. So this field work is a very extensive task, need not to be covered sometimes in a 2 months, sometimes it can be stretched along of 3 months as well, because these are the people who are not in control of the organization. So based on this approach, what do you think that how budget should be prepared now? I think now we have a fair idea whenever anyone is coming for the CSR impact assessment request, what things we need to be keep in mind. So now what do you think, how budgeting should start? Any of you?
Yes, madam.
So what is your thought that now we have, for example, you all have understanding that what kind of the details we need to ask for the budgeting and a resource allocation.
Yes.
So if we consider all these things, what do you think that what should be the budget for any project, or how budget should be decided? So when we, yes sir, please.
Include a substantial amount of travel costs.
Okay.
Administrative support will be required. And also your own time for 4 or 5 months in doing the studies and field work and preparation. So,
yes. So that's why, whenever we are submitting any proposals to the company, we are dividing our timelines so that at least we can show them that this is the efforts which are required from our side. First of all, we need to identify the deliverables, what deliverables are required and for whom it is required, because once it is required for the regularity aspect, then we need to take care of the regularity compliances. When it is asked for their internal purpose, then accordingly we need to ask what is the reason internally they are asking for the impact assessment and what exactly they want to include in their report. Because when it is for the regulatory compliance, we all know that what are the requirements, what are the government requirement, and accordingly we can decide our framework. But when management is saying that it is voluntarily for our use, then you need to understand that what exactly they are looking forward in terms of the impact assessment, first of all. Second, how many projects in our estimation are there? So number of projects and the size of the project is equally important for the budgeting aspect. For example, there are small projects and there is one big project. So we can't compare one big project to the small project in a similar manner, because a big project again required a lots of efforts, and similarly small projects where different projects are there again required a different type of efforts. So size of project is again important for us to decide the budget. Third, the resource part. So if it is a one project, then probably we will be needing a smaller team for the project. But if it is a small project scattered in a different areas, then probably we are requiring a more team or a bigger team to cover the area in a shorter span of time. So time is again equal important aspect. where our budgeting, our resource allocation and everything is depends upon. Because when there can be a project which can be conducted with a team of 3 to 4 people. And there are some projects which can be, required a resource of around 10 to 12 people. So where people requirement are 10 to 12, obviously your budgeting will be on a higher side. And when people required up to 3 to 4 or 4 to 5, then budgeting will be on a little bit lower side. So these aspects we need to take care whenever we are making a budget for our impact assessment resources. So this is the requirement. So whenever any person is asking for the impact assessment, these are some objective they are asking us. So the objective can be to measure their social performance, to create the maximum transparency with the impact assessment report, and to comply with the regulatory requirement with the impact assessment report. So these can be the reason. So according to reason, our budgeting will be changed. Materiality, what is the sample size, what is the materiality is there, again will take, will be a game changer. So for example, there is a project where beneficiaries are in less numbers, 10, 12 or 15. So out of 15, if 7 beneficiaries are available, it will take our lesser time to interview them to see whether there was change in a impact or not, and we can be able to give them a proper report. But where the number of beneficiaries are in hundreds, so for example, projects, there are 10 or 20 projects and each project is having 100 beneficiaries, 150 beneficiaries, 200 beneficiaries. And actually projects which are coming for the impact assessment are like this only, where number of beneficiaries are in hundreds or thousands. So then it requires more efforts from our side, because interviewing 7 people and interviewing 700 people is a different thing. And then technique will be again a different for us. And then resource allocation. When we are talking about resource very specifically, so first it depends on the location needs, based on the location that needs to be covered. Then number of projects and the beneficiaries covered, activity situation, whether it is an ongoing project or the project which has already been completed. So I just gave you the example that if people are coming for the impact assessment of the project which was closed in 2015, so that we need to understand whether the beneficiaries tracking is available or not, how many beneficiaries tracking are available, whether they are ready to be part of this assessment exercise or not. All these things are important. And then what is the documentation available? On all these aspects, your budget and resource allocation is dependent. So scope of work and number of beneficiaries, number of project, number of locations that you need to cover. So if it is only one location, I am based at Jaipur, there is one program, one entity which is coming that we are having multiple projects for multiple activities, but all projects are in a Jaipur location. So then it is easy for me because I am Jaipur based. I can, based on the availability of the beneficiaries, can conduct the impact assessment. But for example, if someone is coming from the Jaisalmer location or the Jodhpur location for the impact assessment, so for that, I need to make sure that either you ask the beneficiaries to be available on this particular time frame, or if required a lot of travel from my side, then costing will be different. So these things we need to discuss before starting any project of the impact assessment. So this was from my side for resource and budget allocation. Any queries or doubt you want to discuss on this particular aspect?
Yeah, when you give the proposal,
Mhm.
can you say that some part will be reimbursable and some part will be fixed?
Yes, sir, we can always say, because whenever we are submitting our proposal, we are submitting our proposal for the exercise only. We are not including the out-of-pocket expenses, traveling expenses in our proposal. And also we are adding one clause that if, because we are submitting our timeline 4 to 5 months. So if there is any overrun, which is not because of us, because of other reasons or a constraint, then that can be charged separately after the mutual discussions, so that we can keep it as a separate part. Because the timeline which I just shared with you, I assume that in October, November, beneficiaries are available for the assessment, impact assessment analysis. But if I see the regular, current situation of October, November, it's a festive month. So in a festive month, it is difficult to track beneficiaries. So overrun can be there.
Is there a sort of thumb rule that the SIA should be so much percent of the project cost?
Sorry, sir.
When you compare it with the value of the project,
Hmm.
the impact assessment should be so much percent of the
That can also be a part of our, estimation of budgeting, because, for example, if entity is spending on a year basis 80 lakh rupees or a 90 lakh rupees for these type of activities, what we understand, see, in 2023, if they are spending 90 lakh rupees for a CSR activities, last year it can be 70, usse pehle it can be 50, then 40. So gradually they are increasing. So that means they are having regular funding or a corpus fund of approximately 4 times we can consider up to 4 crore rupees. Also, it depends on the reason of the assessment also. So if they are asking impact assessment report specifically for the funding purpose, which is the common reason these days, corporate ask for their corporate reporting, but other organizations are asking report for the foreign funding or maybe other funding which is coming from the other part of areas. So that you need to be understand that what is the reason, how much funding, because for example, if they are getting a funding of 3 CR based on your report, where you are making any, giving them understanding that what is the project they are working, how much they are working. So efforts accordingly required. Till the time you are not making your report much fruitful to present the funders or donors in a fruitful manner, they will not be able to get a funding. And when you are making a fruitful report, then only they will be able to get a funding. Then accordingly, you can, for your efforts, you can charge your fees. Siddharth sir, if you can remember, probably I'm not sure whether in a same session or in a different session. Earlier, it was asked that being a social enterprises, being a CSR impact assessment report, whether it will be difficult for us being a practitioner to negotiate on the fees, or it is how it going to be, see by the people. So till now, if I share my experience, if you are able to convince them, if you are able to let them know that these are the efforts which we are going to put for your impact assessment, and this is the result which you are going to get. So if after your report, as a result, they are getting some funding, they are getting some government aid, they will obviously will give you the, your fees, whatever the time you are giving them.
Yes.
So this is the, update from my side, from my last experience.
Yes, yes. Actually, we have to show the result. Good
Yeah.
result. If they get the result, they will fulfill our satisfaction, our fees.
Yeah, because being a professional, we always charge our time cost as well.
Yes.
You are professional, I am professional. So our time cost is there, which we are, giving them. So that time cost need to be paid.
your payment to some kind of milestone, like completion of site visit, completion of
Yes,
this.
sir. The proposed timeline was can be considered as a milestone as well. So you can give the proposed timeline or maybe as a milestone that you are going to achieve. So when we are saying proposed timeline, this, for example, I have kept my first month for my desk review and data collection. So it is based on the data if they are providing me on time. For what if they are not giving me data within 15 days or within 10 days, then my desk review will be extended. Accordingly, I kept my field work in October and November month. So when I am saying October and November, it is based on the availability of the beneficiaries. If beneficiaries are not available in the same time frame, then again milestone will be changed, because without beneficiaries interaction, next step is not will be able to start. After beneficiaries interviews interaction, we can start our report preparation. Again, here report preparation requires a lots of efforts. It's a detailed comprehensive report. So your 15 to 20 days are easily consumed in a report preparation, because once you have all data on your desk, you have all discussions on your table, then only you can see, or you can, try to match up, okay, this is the part which we can add here, this is the part which we can add in our report here. Sometimes you will find that, okay, this is already, this is left during the time of interviews, then maybe again it requires to go on field. So it's not necessary that once you completed your field work, it will not require to again visit the field work. Sometimes a particular, important area can be left for the assessment purpose that requires a lots of videos or a picture. So that required, more efforts required from our side. And when you are discussing your draft impact assessment report with management, sometimes a new requirement from the management is also come up, which is earlier not a part of your scope of work. So that you need to take care that if it is a different requirement, apart from your scope of work, which has been decided in an early stage, then you need to discuss that it is a different and it will be charged separately if you want to cover the same in a same report. So different timeline and a different fee can be charged for the same. So similarly, what we do in the financial audits or other consultancy assignment, it is always good to have an engagement letter before, where you quantify all these things, that this is the scope of work, this is the proposed timeline, this is the resource allocation, which we are, which should be agreed with the management people. So that help us more, because these type of exercises required a lot efforts from our side.
Exactly.
Any other query from any other participants?
I want to go back to that example of construction of toilets and people asking you to do impact assessment after 10 years. Did you demand baseline and midline data or something?
So it's always required, but again, it depends whether they are having that data with them or not, because our work is dependent on purely primary and the secondary data. For example, secondary data is not available at point of time. Then that disclaimer we need to give in our report that baseline data was not provided to us. It is just based on the discussions we had with the management. Siddharth sir, if he is the owner of the program, if he is not been able to provide me any documentation that this project was approved by trustees or everything, I'm just working on based on the details which he is providing me on a discussion basis, on a verbal discussions, then this disclaimer will be part of my report. That documentary evidence is not there. All comparison, all analysis have been done based on the information and explanation and discussion which has been done by the management.
When third party had gone to inspect the site and for social impact assessment, they saw that in some toilets there are no arrangements for water, and they reported it to the management, and management then again allocated some fund for getting water arrangement, and when water was arranged, then it was up to the mark as per.
Uske baad hi, sir, it will be in operation. Without water arrangement, no toilet can be in operation.
No, actually, when it was made, there was some arrangement of water, and later, due to some problem, the water was discontinued to flow. There was some problem. That problem has been removed, overcome, and some cost has been incurred. And then, when water arrangement has reinstated, then the toilet has become effective as well.
Yeah, that's why sometimes, recurring assessment is also required. Yes. Recurring review is also required.
Continuous assessment is needed.
Yeah, once you invested so much money in some particular infrastructure, so that regular maintenance is also required for the same.
Yes.
So I think we just completed one part. If you all allow me, we can have a lunch break right now, and then rest of the topic we can cover after the lunch break.
Yes, we need for lunch break at least 20 minutes.
Yeah, by 2:30 we can, again come up for the rest of the sections.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Ma'am, I have one very general question.
Please, ma'am.
Yeah, I belong to Guwahati, Assam, and not much of big companies are situated here. So just I've cleared my social editor exam, but then I right now don't know how to start off with the practice of going into this compliances and all. So like, what do you advise? Like, how should one go ahead?
Ma'am, first of all, just we need to understand that what kind of the scope of work, what kind of the opportunities are available for us in the market. It's just not like a social audit or an impact assessment. There are other ample areas as well where being a social auditor or being a person who understand how to conduct the impact assessment, we can help the various organization. Then second, after understanding that what are the areas available for us. So just to give a small example, which is probably not a relevant for the social audit, I'm a RV also registered valuer. So
Yeah.
being a registered valuer, again, there are ample of the areas, ample of the opportunities available for us. There can be a different type of valuation. Now it depends for us that what kind of the valuation we want to pick as our practice area. There are people in our practice who are doing a regular journal valuations, somewhere not happy with the work, because when it
Yeah.
comes to the journal practice, it always have a low remunerative. And there are certain
Yes.
areas in the valuation which are high remunerative but require your lots of efforts. So for example, if you are also valuer, I'm not sure.
No,
Because
I'm not a valuer. I'm just done with my training of valuer. But
okay, so
seeing that
somewhere
there is
you will be
not
able to
much of
understand.
scope.
So
Yeah.
if it comes to
Yeah.
the specific valuation like brand valuation, option valuation, or something like different, which normally other valuers can't do or can't understand more because they are not practicing in that field. So if we are adding some value on that, so people and companies are ready to pay their fees, our remuneration. These are high remunerative, repetitive, and required your lots of efforts. So accordingly, in social audit also, we need to see what are the options available for us.
Yeah.
Or I would say not as a social auditor, we need to expand our area of practice in terms of if you want to explore this impact assessment field, you should be aware about the CSR impact assessment. You should be aware about the social audit requirement, and you should be update about the ESG requirement. ESG is one of the bigger giant in terms of social audit and CSR. If we talk about, if you are familiar about all these aspects, then slowly you will get understanding and knowledge about that what kind of the opportunities we can have in this field, because it will start with a small project, but later on you can be part of any bigger project with any bigger companies. In near future, we are expecting that listed companies will have a separate department for the CSR work, because CSR reporting is not a smaller reporting these days, which can be done by any XYZ person. It requires a lots of efforts. So in next 2 to 3 years, we are expecting that now we will have a separate department in each of the listed companies. And as it is a part of third-party assurance, so obviously they will require some people who can do the assurance as well. There are other multiple, regulatory aspects involved in this thing as well. For example, EPR, the extended producer liability responsibility. So this is again one of the new area which is gaining popularity. Reason being, it is applicable on all the listed companies. People are coming and people are not aware about the compliances and about the registrations. So
EPR.
Yeah, EPR.
What is the full form?
It's an extended producer responsibility. These rules are introduced in 2022, sir. Where there are 3 categories. If you are a producer of the plastic packaging, if you are a importer of the plastic packaging, or if you are a brand owner where you are consuming plastic packaging for your any of the product, then you are covered under the EPR rules. You need to make your registration under EPR rules, and then quarterly returns are required to submit. So this is again one of the common area which is having a recurring work for all of us.
Yes.
And even registration is very important. So in morning, I just called from one of the company, received a call from one company, and they were saying, "Ab hamari deadline aa chuki hai, hame registration kara ke do." And they are even not aware about their responsibilities under the EPR.
Okay.
So there are several opportunities which we can explore. Maybe we can, connect over the call after the sessions in the evening. We'll explain you more about the same.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll take a break, lunch break of half an hour, then we can continue by 2:30. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon. So, can we start? If all are there.
Yes, we can start.
Okay. So, last we discussed about the how to make a budgeting and the resource allocation for the program. Now, we'll start with the next part, that is the monitoring of CSR project. Okay, so when we are talking about the monitoring of CSR projects, so this is again a part, after starting the project, engagement letters is signed, we have started the project, and now we are making a monitoring of CSR projects. So here monitoring can have two parts. One is ongoing monitoring, which we were discussing in a previous session as well, and then after the project as well. So when we are talking about the monitoring specifically on a CSR project, so it is a kind of activity, although I understand that everyone knows importance of the monitoring, where as a, help corporations to learn from their past experience to improve their deliveries and the system of CSR activities, which they are undertaken, and systematic planning and optimization of their resource allocations and measurement of the result as a part of accountability to their key stakeholders. So it depends if it is the ongoing process for all of us, then purpose of the ongoing process is to learn from the past mistakes if anyone is happening, just as sir was sharing in a earlier presentation, and then making them corrections. If it is, you are undertaking a different type of CSR activity, so sometimes organization may request us to be a part of the concurrent assessment practitioner for the project, so that corporation may see that whether the same the impact which was told them at the time of the initiation of the project, whether they are able to achieve or they are achieving the same or not. If it is a part of last assessment or maybe assurance aspect, then it is a kind of the activity where we are measuring the results as a part for the accountability, because the purpose of social stock exchange also, we all know that the purpose why it has been with us, it is for the purpose of transparency and the accountability. So whatever the activities organization has been carried out for the under the CSR head, they want to know what is the status of the same, what is the accountability on the result part to their all key stakeholders. Being a positive accountability will give them more edge towards other people or other organizations. When we are talking about monitoring and the evaluation, normally we combine these two terms, although we are going to have a different sessions, 1 hour or maybe 45 minutes purely for the monitoring, and other one then evaluation, because it is a part of monitoring activity. Now it is increasingly recognized as a independent tool. We all know now these days the CSR assessment, social audit, impact assessment, these all are having an equal importance, equal opportunities for the practitioners, and equal requirement in the market, because without this, probably now these days investors, key stakeholders, board management, various key stakeholders are very much more inclined towards these non-financial reporting as well. Reason from any of the participant why we are seeing this type of change these days more, that why these activities are spreading wings in a corporate sector, where earlier it was more like only earning profit is our main objective. We have here combination of the professionals, CA, CMA, CS. So what's your thought on this? Because when we understand why corporate is now more emphasis, more looking forward all these activities, then only we will be able to deliver them proper output.
In which society we are working, one company is working, they cannot avoid the society. They cannot ignore the society. They have to think of the society. They have to do something for the society. And that's why CSR is there, has come into effect.
That was the old objective as well. Earlier also the same objective we were taking care of when we are working. We can't ignore the society where we are living and we are working as a business. But why now these days, these are the important aspect, because we have started seeing the negative impact if we are neglecting the environment and the society. We are already seeing the negative environmental impact surrounding to us. Our I think seasons already been changed. Earlier it was like November, December, January was winter season. Now these days, maybe probably mid of the December, we are not experiencing the winters, and after that only we started experiencing the winters, and sometimes January, February and March are also cold. When it's come to the rainy season, so again months have been changed. So all these changes, then the negative impact on the earth, like frequent earthquake and floods and everything, this is again something which is hampering us now more. I'm not sure. I also experienced, one time a earthquake that was very recent in Jaipur. And it was like horrible because it was like 4 a.m. in the morning. And that day I worked till 1 a.m. So I slept late. And मुझे पता था कि I'm not going to wake up, before 7 o'clock in the morning. But when at 4 o'clock in a early morning earthquake, it was like that someone like very heavy vehicle is coming to us, our building, and our building was completely shaken up. We all were like kuch na kuch bahut bhari building se takraya hai. And it was first time a horrible experience. Although I understand at a very first of point that it is an earthquake, some people were in a building were not even able to understand hua kya hai abhi tak. Then again picking up, then people understand that yes, it's an earthquake, and then they started running out of their home. And there is various videos were captured, because now these days we have outside cameras as well at the home. So people now check their camera recordings, and there were various videos where we can see the intensity of the earthquake.
Was there any damage?
No, there was no damage, but it was very horrible, sir. I'm not sure if anyone
Only,
is
only jerk was there.
sorry.
Only jerk and
that was very
heavy jerk.
heavy, very heavy. It was like कि कोई बहुत बड़ा ट्रक आके हमारी बिल्डिंग से टकरा गया है. And voice was actually, I don't know, I had never experienced the earthquake. जो आवाज हुई थी, that was very different. It was like kind of a blast things of sound. So that was very horrible. So these type of changes now we are seeing on earth, and it is because of the, we earlier we were not responding the requirement of the earth or the environment.
ये आवाज किस चीज का था? आवाज कैसे हुआ?
पता नहीं, बट वो बिल्कुल बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट के जैसा आवाज था.
Actually, earthquake में तो आवाज सुनता नहीं, खाली जाड़ होता.
Sir, the earthquakes actually that creates a very loud vibration. It is not a blast actually. It's a very loud vibration when the windows, the glass windows and everything shake. So it's a tremendous loud sound, because we are in the seismic 5 zone. We experience this quite very often,
I think you have also experienced it.
Yeah, sir, a number of times.
Okay. You are from? Tista Gupta, you are from?
Sir, Guwahati, Assam.
Guwahati. Okay.
So in Jaipur, it was my first time actually, and it was a horrible experience. After 4 o'clock, we were not able to sleep, and no one was able to sleep. There were certain people, so after 5 p.m. जब थोड़ा सब चीजें normal हो गई थी, still they were not able to sleep. So some went for morning walk, some went for mandir darshan, something like that. And it was the time when everyone was get up by the 4 a.m. like कि भगवान ने बोला ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में उठ रो, तो सब जन ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में उठ गए. But that is just as a part. So these are the changes which we are seeing in the environment, because of earlier we were not much inclined towards this environmental and the social responsibilities. So this is the reason why now these days we are more talking about the CSR evaluations, more talking about the sustainability practices, more talking about, you know, social audits. And because when we talking, it was the environmental aspect. When we talk about the social responsibility or the social aspect, so now we can see the huge gap between below the poverty line and above the poverty line. Although gap was always there, but now even after independence of 70 days, if government schemes are not working, if government schemes are not able to provide jobs and maybe other things to the people who are looking forward all these things, somewhere private organizations and their intervention is required. So that's the reason I think so. For last 5 to 6 years, I'm sure all participants will agree with me. Before 5-6 years, we were not thinking about these areas.
Yes,
We were busy in our respective practice.
Hmm.
We were not talking about CSR. We were not talking. BRSR was even not a part of discussion. Although BRR report was always a part of our annual report. BRR report is a part of our annual report since 2012. 2012 say it is a part of our report. But if you talk me in 2016, 17 or maybe 18, we were not discussing about this report. We were even not, some people were not even aware about that it is a part of annual report because it was not relevant for all of us. But now these days, everyone is more excited. Everyone wants to know more about the BRSR reporting. When annual report is coming in our hand with the financial statements, now we are looking or we are checking the BRSR report as well. So this has happened in last 5 to 6 years only, where government understands that if now we are not taking care of the environmental and social requirement, next after 20 years, it will be difficult to survive in a normal situation for all of us. That's why now we are taking care of. And there are certain posts and the things you can see. We all know that for UN SDG goal is 2030. We are aware about that. The Sustainable Development Goals, which are issued by United Nations.
2030, yes.
2030 is their target.
Yes.
If we talk about the European sustainability practice, their net zero target is 2050.
Yes.
And what is the India target for net zero?
2070.
2070. So these are the targets which we need to meet out at least, you know, for India. I understand 2070, but it's not like कि अभी 50 साल बचे हैं तो we can do something on later stage. 50 साल के बाद का वो जो target है, to achieve that target, it is very important for all of us to be in action right now, so that we should match this target and we can be net zero by 2070 at least. United Nations is trying to be net zero by 2030, which is just after 7 years. And we are having a plan after 50 years. So think what is the quantum of the work we need to be done as a team if we are working on this domain. So monitoring is something where is a systematic collection, analysis, use of the information from the project and program we do, where learning from the experience is required, accounting internally and externally for the resources are required, result obtained, and need taking decisions. So monitoring is always considered being a regular process. Whenever someone is approaching you for the continuous monitoring or the continuous review, that means they want monitoring on a recurring basis, where they are expecting that they should learn from the experience which we has being a practitioner, CSR practitioner or an impact assessment practitioner. We try and we help them to account internally and externally for their resources used and the results which we are obtaining from our field work, and then we are helping them to take the decision based on our regular monitoring.
Yes.
So it is a track of CSR project. So department always required to keep track on the CSR programs. There can be several programs an entity can have for their CSR department. There can be single program. So it depends on the organization, depends on the entity, how many numbers of the programs they need to track. In terms of monitoring, so we always should have why the situation is as it is. The diagnosis information can be there. Then implementation information can be a part of our monitoring aspect, where physical and financial input information is always required. Then utilization information, impact information, situation information, and information for the review. This can be an important part which can guide us the course of action, the next course of action which required for the CSR project. So it's not necessary always that we can be appointed for all steps of the track of CSR process. We can be appointed for 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, or maybe for all steps. It's up to the requirement of the entity, what they want. Sometimes they always, as Krista was asking, what is the opportunities available? So if now, I'm sure by next 2 to 3 years, all corporates will have a separate CSR department within their office. So their CSR office will, take care of the regular utilization, the regular situation information for their projects. But if, what if they are stuck somewhere? So diagnosed will be to be part of the external consultant. What if we want to check the implementation status? Because when implementation needs to be checked, it is little bit difficult to rely on the internal department, and external consultant report will be more reliable on the implementation status, because being an independent person, you will give the actual report. So here we can have opportunities being a external consultant or external independent consultant. So these can be the areas, these can be the prospects where we can be appointed, and our aspect will be based, decided based on these requirements only. If we have been appointed for the implementation status, our monitoring aspect will be designed accordingly. If we had been, appointed for the purpose of situation information, then monitoring aspect will be different. So it depends on the situation for which you have been appointed or which you have been requested. So this is the scope of monitoring that we normally follow. So first of all, we try to always answer what. So these 4 questions which we normally need to, answer: what, why, when, and who. So when it comes to the what, so we need to check, review, overview, we need to keep track, we need to observe, control, guide, depends on the situation, whether it requires your observation or it requires your review or a checking or inspection, supervision, whatever the status can be, the progress of the implementation of CSR core program activities with reference to the action plan. So the scope of monitoring always start with your baseline, and where we need to do the review part, the overview, and the track for the progress of the implementation of CSR core committee program. Why it's required? Purpose. So purpose is to ensure successful implementation of the core activities by identifying any shortfalls, deviation, or problems and the reasons thereon. So this is the objective why monitoring has, requested by the entities. And when we know that why we have been appointed, and we are, able to identify the proper reasoning for problems, then purpose to obtain or purpose of all these observations, so that we can take a appropriate corrective remedial actions for the activities which are on track. Now, when it is required, monitoring is required. So it can be during the implementation of the activity, continuously, periodically, or maybe the end of the period. But in normal scenario, it is always suggested to have a periodical or continuous monitoring activity. And it can be decided, the time period can be decided that from inception to completion, when they want to have a monitoring committee or the monitoring activity. So it's again depends on the entity whether they want to add some consultant from the inception of the program, or they just want to add them when some particular target has been achieved or at the time of completion. And who will work? So by the CSR team at the different level, the composition of the team can work on this, including beneficiaries and the participatory monitoring people. So this is the scope of monitoring that we need to keep in mind when we are working on any monitoring assignment, or when we are, preparing your engagement letter as well.
Ma'am, they will also define how, isn't it?
Sir, it can, actually depends on the type of activity which for which we are, appointed for the assessment. So how can be changed situation to situation? But yes, that can also be a part of scope of monitoring. This is just a small slide for monitoring and evaluation cycle. Evaluation we will take separately, but just a cycle to start with that normally we plan, implement, then monitor, then again reflect, learn, decide, adjust, again implementation, again monitor, then the same process again, reflect, learn, decide, adjust, then accordingly again implementation, and then evaluate and the learn, decide, it continues. So this is how this cycle works and required our regular efforts being a practitioner under CSR activities. Now the concept of monitoring, because when we are talking about that, there are 4 concepts of monitorings that need to be taken care. That one is the capability, which is a command of the CSR programs that has been physical, financial, human resource, or the enabling to serve their clients. So it reflects that by CSR outreach, their technical competence, the physical and the financial resources. So being a CSR expert or being a CSR practitioner, we should always have a composition of the people where we can guide them in all aspects of the CSR activities. It's not like always that we are just focusing on the areas of work or the project. It always required the technical competency in some part of the programs. The financial resources can also be a good part of team because it involves a huge financial expenditure, and being a CSR assessment report, we need to give the comments whether the amount which has been spent on the site was a reasonable amount or maybe somewhere overrun, which can be taken care in a future period. So that capability we need to be, have in our inside organization. Then effectiveness is the degree to which CSR goals are attained. So the social goals, economic goals, operational goals, all these goals can be considered for the effectiveness review. Efficiency is usually measured by the rate at the which beneficiary targets. So in CSR project or a social intent project, always how we see the efficiency or how we analyze that whether the purpose of project has been met or not, or the target has been achieved or not. We always want to see the number of people who are benefited from the program, because these are the CSR program. But it's not necessary that always the higher number is the higher success rate of the program. Sometimes there can be a situation, there can be a program where your target beneficiaries are also limited. And by just seeing the number that by this program only 30 beneficiaries have been benefited or 40 beneficiaries have been benefited, it's not necessary that your program is not covering the larger area. So think about when we are saying 40 beneficiaries benefited by the program of vocational training, where as an organization you are providing a vocational training. When you are providing any vocational training to a person who is the earning member of the family, and after having that vocational training program, he is able to get a good job in a nearby area so that he can feed his family in a proper manner, and now they are having a good life. So directly we have achieved the target of 40 beneficiaries, but indirectly we have achieved the target of 160 people, considering that each family is having 4 members. So sometimes we need to see this according to this as well, that what is the group we are adopting, which is recommended in our development practices, and adoption rate is again can be varying on the degree of complexity that has been required in a CSR project. And impact is something not, complicated thing, which we think we always needs, detailed metrics or something kind of a chart. It is very simple in terms of very simple indicator can be measured with a very simple indicators like yield of the crop per hectare, then infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate. There are very simple indicators that we need to use in terms of the as an indicator. Not complex metrics are not required. There is no specific, details required. These small simple indicators can give an impactful report to the users or the stakeholders, and will give us the more result and understanding about the CSR project. Because if we talk about what is the ultimate objective of any CSR activity, the ultimate objective of the CSR activity is whatever the project we have taken care for respective sector, success should be there. If we are working on the nutritional foods state of the school going children for a particular state or a particular area, the purpose is that if that area is having 200 or 300 children, that 300 children are now healthy, regularly attending their schools and other activities, and ready to to be a good young mind people. So that is the ultimate test we need to see, and for that there is no complex, no difficult indicators are required. By simple indicators we can measure the impact. Now, what are the elements of the monitoring? So when we talk about the elements of the monitoring, so these are almost the similar elements which we normally discussed, and maybe you have gone through in a social audit process. So purpose of any program is to convert resources into the result. Whosoever the entity or the organization is launching any program, they are providing a resource for that program, and the CSR people who are working on the field, they needs to be cover these resources into the result. And being a practitioner, being a monitoring person, what we need to see whether these resources which are input and the results which are output or outcome has been achieved or not. So there is a sequence between input and the outcome. What is the sequence? First is always input. So to start with the project, we need to understand what is the input for the activity, for the CSR activity. So it can be goods, it can be funds, it can be services, it can be manpower, any technology, or maybe anything which can be considered as an input. The thing which is we are investing in the CSR project, it is as good as a business. For business, we always expect a return in profit. For CSR activity, we has a return in terms of the social intent achievement. So whatever these are the resources which can be always invest in the CSR project with the expectation of output and outcome. Then after input, we will get certain results that can happen immediately or maybe after some period of time. And when they are happening, so there can be a single result or there can be a sequence of results. So we need to see whether results are coming or not. We can categorize these results in terms of like productivity, production, income, or maybe in any other scenario. So this is how we can try to see what are the results which we are receiving after having certain inputs. Immediate after result, after seeing the result, we try to understand what is the output of input. So as we see in social audit also, we have input, activity, output, outcome, and impact. Here input, after that result is there instead of the activity, then output. So output and outcome is something. Output, it is always in quantitative nature, and outcome which is in a qualitative nature. And our impact assessment report is mandatory include both kind of things, the output and the outcome, both the qualitative and the quantitative number, both is required. Similarly, what is the effect or impact? So effect is here outcome that we discussed. Impact is something which is always in the nature of long term. So for example, if there is any program which is running for the nutritional state of the students, school going students, the midday meal program, which normally these days all states are having. So what is the long-term impact we are seeing having a nutritional foods in the students? What can be the long-term impact? So if children are having a good nutritional at the early stage of their life, they are having a good food at the early stage of life, for their long period in a young age, they will have a good body, they will have a good mind, good health, so that they can serve society in a better manner and they can, work for their family in a better manner. So there will be, you are making, healthcare facility improved in a society by giving them a good nutritional food at their early stage. Now the types of monitoring. So what kind of the monitorings you can think? One first, which we are discussing, is the beneficiary contact monitoring, where normally which we follow in the activities where we contact beneficiaries, we see the records which has been maintained for the activities, and then analyze the periodically monitored, which is penetration of the services and establishment of the clientele. We make a regular surveys on the same, we make a regular interviews for the same. Formal sampling techniques can also be used for the same. And there can be certain times where informal interviews, just to see the actual results, can be a part of our beneficiary contact monitoring. Second monitoring is a process monitoring, which is to ensure that processes are stepped to achieve the desired results and the quality is being maintained. So where the construction activities are there, where direct beneficiaries are not involved, where we are making any infrastructure development, or we are working on any environmental aspect, so we do the process monitoring, that how much process has been done, how much process has been carried out, and what process has been left. These are certain techniques which we use for the monitoring. So regular progress report, if it is a regular monitoring or a continuous monitoring, so accordingly we need to submit our reports considering the periodicity which has been decided. Monitoring of the staff performance, so that is again an important aspect. It can be their staff monitoring as well, and from your side, your staff monitoring as well. So both things we need to take care, and we need to see whether the CSR people who are working on the field, whether working properly or not. Tour reports and site visit, these are the important documentation in this particular regime. But after 2020, we all are more on the systems at our places. If you ask me, my experience before 2020, even I was more comfortable to travel here and there, and I was even like, whenever it happens to for any audit or assignment, it was like I need to go at a client place. But after 2020, there are certain options which are available always with us, that okay, we can do the online meeting, okay, we can see this thing online, okay, we can review this thing online. But when it's come to the impact assessment, where site is important for us, we can't do the virtual interviews and we can't rely on the virtual visits. Because, for example, if I am a person who appointed Mukund sir for any site, infrastructure facilities review, monitoring purpose, so he will request me for the site visit, and I will give him a site visit through my own equipments. And it's up to me, particular which area I want to make him sure to see, and which area which I want to hide. So to safeguard ourselves with these type of activities, our physical presence is more required on a site rather than on a virtual visit. Participant observations, it is again important aspect, because we are heavily dependent on the client for the sample selections and the beneficiaries list. What if the list which has been provided to you is also an incomplete list? What if the list is not given you the true picture? It can be, there can be a situation where the number of the beneficiaries which have been provided to us are not covering the as a whole people, at least the people who were not able to experience the positive impact. And being an impact assessment or practitioner, it is our responsibility to see positive as well as the negative impact if there is any. Our duty is not only to report the positive impact, our duty more towards the negative impact if there is any, and then suggestion on thereon. So participant observation is more required whenever we are working on the field. We need to keep our eye on here and there as well, that who is following us, whether anyone else apart from the beneficiaries for which we have been provided the list wants to talk to us or gives some benefit or feedback to us. And we always welcome them when someone is coming and giving us feedback, because the two type of samplings are there. One is systematic and other one is unsystematic. So sometimes unsystematic reviews and feedbacks help us more to see the impact assessment. So feedback, interviews, participatory monitoring, all these are the important aspect. And there should be one or more important area that we need to take care: the complaint and grievances petitions. if the entity is having that type of process or not, if having how many complaints, grievances have been lodged during the period, how they have been resolved. If they are saying there are nil complaints and the grievances, that is also a negative indicator for us. You all are working in offices. Some are having, we all are working in offices. Some of are having little, maybe small office. Some of are having a big offices. What my experience is there, even office with a people of 20 or 25, we always have certain complaints or grievances. So when 20-25 people can have a complaints or a grievances, the projects which are covering the beneficiaries number of thousands, there can be a situations, there may be a multiple situations where some people have always a complaints and the grievances. These are certain indicators which we can use. So quantitative indicators, direct indicators, indirect indicators, process indicators, progress, and the qualitative indicators. So when we talk about the quantitative indicators, it is something like a baseline status where we always have certain targets, like we want to, give benefit to 100 beneficiaries or 200 beneficiaries, and we compare the results with their baseline. In terms of direct information, which is directly being mentioned in the project report, that how many income we want to generate or a core period, that can be a direct indicator for all of us. Indirect indicators, I think I discussed in one of the example in a previous slide, that if we are having any vocational training program and we have given trainings to 40 people, so it's not means that only 40 beneficiaries are there. We can consider that 160 beneficiaries are there because rest of their families get benefited by the vocational training. Process indicator is something which includes the implementation. So it's majorly included in the infrastructure facility developments, where we are having a CSR programs or project with respect to the infrastructure development. So where we can see the implementation status. Progress indicator, again, the monitoring change against the target in a CSR program, and qualitative, which is largely dependent on the impact assessment, the statement which we have given in the outcome or maybe impact area. So this was from my side for this impact monitoring area. So if you all allow me, we can take a break of 5 minutes and then we can start with the evaluation.
Yes, absolutely.
And meanwhile, if you are having any queries, so before starting the next session, we can have no queries and then we can start with the next topic.
ये सोशल मीटिंग का आज का 11 होगा खत्म नहीं अभी चल रहा है लास्ट आ गया evaluation बीस का कोई
Okay, so can we start again?
Yes.
Any queries or anything which you want to ask me till now, whatever we have discussed? Or any experience you want to share?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it is relevant at this point, but are we supposed to produce the triple bottom line kind of sheet? Because of
Yes, in social audit, sir, we normally follow the triple bottom line approach as well, because triple bottom line is nothing much like environmental, social, and economic aspect. So economic aspect was always considered during our reviews and audits and everything, but environmental and social aspect was missing. So it is a part and parcel of these CSR or social activities. So that's why we are, having these programs or projects. So triple bottom line referencing or representing the all three aspect of any entities, which covering our environmental aspect, social aspect, as well as economic aspect. Normally, we use this term more in BRSR reporting, which is mandatory for the listed companies, because listed companies are earlier was always having a economic aspect on a prime most area. Some part economic, environmental and social aspect was ignored. But now they are using the triple bottom line approach. They are giving equally importance to the environmental and social aspect with their economic aspect. In CSR project, and social enterprises project, we are not frequently using triple bottom line approach, because these projects are purely having the objective of CSR. That means a responsibility approach. In CSR project or social enterprises, we are not having any target for the economic achievement.
But utilization of funds for that particular activity.
That can be part of economic activities if you want to consider the same like as economic activity. Because
do you have any format or the content of a report showing triple bottom line?
So reports are actually prepared on case to case basis. So at present, I don't have any sample format, but maybe in future for sure we'll try to share something as a sample. Any other participants, if you are having any query? So I can see one or two more names familiar: Vishnu sir, Sanjay sir.
Who are authorized to do BRSR assessment?
Sir, BRSR disclosure is a responsibility of the company right now. So disclosure aspect is a responsibility of company, and you can help these companies being a consultant for the better reporting, because that doesn't require any assurance or assessment. Now SEBI has come up with the notifications where they have given the roadmap of assurance implementation for BRSR as well. So from next year, 150 companies need to give their assurance report on BRSR disclosures as well. And then 250 companies, then 500, and by 26 and 27, top 1000 will be covered under assurance as well. Who will be the competent person for assurance report? For that, SEBI circular right now saying that it should be obtained from the competent person. Now, who is the competent person? That is at present silent.
Okay.
And if I see some of the reports, for example, this was the first year of implementation of BRSR for top 1000 listed company mandatory. So there are certain companies who voluntarily opted for the assurance report. So some of the assurance report was obtained from the chartered accountants, their CA firms, mostly from the big fours. And there are certain reports, there were some of the report which was taken from certain other agencies, and the people who were signing the report, the designation mentioned was the technical head or the sustainability report or something like that. So by their designation, I am not able to see or maybe check whether person is having qualification of CA, CS, CMA, or maybe any other qualification. So probably in next 3 to 4 months, we will have more clarity that for the purpose of assurance of BRSR, who is the competent person. Let's see what's the notification comes. At present, assurance not mandatory, and you can work as a consultant with any of the company where you want.
And based on what you have described so far, for social impact assessment, it looks like you need to have a setup with a lot of employees and
Yes, sir. And if you want to see some of the social impact reports, so there is one clue which I can share with all of you. On NSE and BSE top 1000 listed company, BRSR report has been uploaded. In BRSR, there is one principle 7, which is asking whether company has carried out a social impact assessment for their project, yes or no. The company who was mentioning answer as a yes, they are also giving details of their social impact assessment report and their BRSR report. So that can be a good source of knowledge for all of us, jahan se we can see some of the social impact assessment report for good companies. If you want, I can show you the same on a screen.
Yes.
you can give us the URL. That will be.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. One minute, sir. आप Google पे ये डालेंगे the NSE BRSR report, so you will find this link, corporate filing, business and sustainability reporting section. And this page you will find all the companies BRSR report only. So it's only a BRSR report, not a complete annual report. So their PDF attachment and XBRL, because their XBRL filing is also mandatory. So you can see some of companies are even uploading today as well reports. So here we can see the records of 1029. Reason being there 180 companies opted voluntarily previous year as well for BRSR. So that's why you can see here number more than 1000. So you will find this number when it will stop by, I think 1181. So approximately still 100 companies reports is pending. So for example, if I open this report, Petronet, you will find their sustainability report separately, how they have prepared, and where we can see the social impact part. 1 minute. 3. So you can see the length of report. It's a 170-page report, only BRSR. So good understanding we can get from all these reports. Yes. So principle 8 is there, where first they are asking as an essential indicator the detail of social impact assessment of the project undertaken by the entity based on the applicable law in the current financial year. So if any SIA will be applicable, then they will mention here, because there was no social impact assessment was carried out, so they mentioned the detail nil. If you find any company where they have mentioned yes, so you will find a complete detail and their relevant web link where you will find their complete social impact assessment report. Here you will find your complete report if someone is reporting that. And big companies you will find, because every big company need to have a social impact assessment for their corporate social responsibility expenditure. I dropped the link in a chat box, so you can save for your further. So now we'll start with the evaluation of the CSR project. So to start with the evaluation of the CSR project, first we need to understand what is the expectation in terms of the evaluation if someone is asking for the same. So evaluation is a kind of assessment where a systematic and objective assessment is planned normally. We always work with the checklist. We always work with the systematic linking of each and every activity which we want to carry out in an impact assessment exercise, which can be for ongoing or completed CSR intervention. So that is also we discussed already that impact assessment can be done for the ongoing activities as well as for the completed CSR intervention. And it is a designed implementation and result to determine relevance, efficiency, effectiveness, impact, and sustainability. These are the key terms which we need to keep in mind when we are talking about the evaluation. It provides us information which is normally creditable. Stakeholders are relying on the information. It is useful for the stakeholders, and it is enabling to the readers that what are the things we have identified and something kind of the lesson which we have learned from the decision making process. So it's an activity which we normally carried out in a process of complete monitoring aspects. When we are talking about good characteristics of the evaluations, good evaluation characteristic, how we can be a good evaluator. So first of all, we should be impartial for any of the activity we are working as a practitioner. Second, technical adequacy. I think sir was just discussing it's not easy to carry out any evaluation or any impact assessment exercise for each and every type of CSR activity. There can be a certain projects which required a technical expertise or technical adequacy as well. So we can team up with some of the people if there is any particular project or program is coming to us which required a technical competencies rather than just to skipping the same or just to not handling the same with care. CSR assessments are like something handle with care product. If it is coming to us being a practitioner, it is having an equal importance or sometimes a more importance like an audit report which we were signing in our respective information. So it is as good as the responsibilities which we were having in our respective profession in terms of the CSR assessment as well. Third is usefulness. So whenever we are working on any assignment, we need to be taken care of the aspect. We should take care that whatever the inputs we are giving in our report or whatever the techniques we are following for the evaluation, that should be useful for the all stakeholders. It should not be like that you just need to complete your report and you are working as per your convenience, as per your choice of methods. It should be as per the requirement of the stakeholders. For example, we just discussed that in impact assessment, field visit is must or necessary. So you can't say that I will not travel to the particular place or I will not visit to the particular place. It is an important aspect of the impact assessment, and when it is required, we need to visit the place rather than giving preference to the virtual visit. Stakeholder involvement. It is a very important characteristics because we are following the outside in approach in all the impact assessment areas. Without a stakeholder involvement, our report is as good as just a papers by which we will not be able to give or deliver the proper results. Value for money. In first session, we discussed that it is important to ask them for proper remuneration or the proper cost for our reports. being a social enterprises, being enterprises who are spending on the CSR activities, when they are spending certain lakhs of rupees for this assessment, that means it is our responsibility to give them value for money, because it is the amount which has been, spent from the funds which can be, they can probably can use for other activities as well. So we need to be give them value for money, so that after that they can understand that yes, these are the changes we can do in the program, or these are the achievements we can always show first to the government or the funders and donors. Feedbacks is again important aspect, because we are working on the site, because we are working on the field. Feedbacks are always important. Without feedbacks, it is difficult for us to reach on any conclusions. So from each and every stakeholder, not only from the beneficiaries or not only from the targeted people, from each and every stakeholders who are engaged in the process, feedbacks are important. Now, why evaluation? So evaluation is always must to learn more, to know more about the project, to support decision-making process, and to document. When we are working on the field, first, how we start learning about the things which are, they are having on a site. It's a normal audit process which we follow in our respective professions as well, because what I learned from my experience since last few years when I started working as an auditor, first we learn about the industry, about the project from the auditee itself. We sit with them on their table, we understand what is the process they follow for their respective department, how they do the work, what is the thing they need to take care in everything. And we write everything on our notepad and a pen and make a process. After that, we try to know whether the same is following or not. So we always have a visits on the factory site and everything, and just to understand whatever has been explained to us over the table, actually it is available on the site or not. Then if there is any deviations which was explained to us and which we visited on the site was not able to get, we try to capture those observations as much as possible in a manner that we can reproduce to them to a auditee, that this is they are not following, because we want to support our decision making process, why we are saying this, and to document the same. So the same process we need to follow here as well, because here also you are working as an auditor. So first you need to learn about their project, what was the reason this project was launched, what was the thought, and how they considered it is important, which particular area they considered important. Everything you want to learn, you will ask as many as question for the project which you can ask. Just act like a dumb in the front of them and try to understand that why they think that this project will be helpful for a particular area or the society. Try to learn, try to know as much as we can. Then see on the field whether the same has been achieved or not, or whether the same has been visible in the target beneficiaries or not. Why we want to see the same on field? So that it can support our decision making process, whether they are able to achieve target or not. And for our documentation, because we are the auditor, sometimes it's not necessary that we are working on behalf of the auditee. We can work on behalf of the government regulatory organizations. We can work behalf of the investors, donors, funders as well. We can work behalf of the any other specific stakeholder. Sometimes there can be a situation that other stakeholders are also involved. So we are answerable to them. And when we are answerable to them, our report should be backed on to be based on the strong documentation, which should be reproducible and which we can reproduce to any of the authority if it has been asked by them. So evaluation, normally why they have been used. So first reason why evaluations are required: to make resource decision, to inform stakeholders the status of worth of their interventions. Sometimes there can be situation where we need the intervention of the key stakeholders because somewhere we stuck. So that evaluation we need to give them, submission we need to give them, to enable us to decision making on the best alternative if required. It is not necessary from the Step A, we have been started for the impact assessment and we will continue the same. There can be a certain situation where we need to change the prospect as well. Initially, we decided that we will follow the interview process. But later on, we have seen that interview process is not much fruitful for the exercise. So we need to be change our procedure, our methods. Build consequence among the stakeholders on how to respond to a problem and identifies issues around the emerging problem. So these are the reasons, and to consider them, evaluation is always must in a regular exercise. Now, timing of the evaluation. So there can be different timings. So first of all, resource allocations are being made across the project and program. At that time, we evaluate. So this was discussed in a first session that before quoting or before giving them projections, an idea of the fees, we always try to evaluate the situation that how much resource allocation is required. So that can be a scenario. Then a decision is being made as to whether to expand a pilot or not. Sometimes there can be a situations which is actual again. For example, client is having 45 to 50 multiple projects. We have given the code. Now they want to see how first project evaluation or how first project impact assessment is going through. So there can be situation where client is asking us, you just do for first project impact assessment exercise. If it is successful, then we can continue for rest of 44 exercises. So for decision making also, to expand the pilot or not, evaluation exercise can be must. Then there can be a long period where no evidence of the improvement in problem and intervention is trying to address. So if any project or program is stuck in between and stakeholders are not able to see any progress, then they can appoint and they can ask for the evaluation. What is the reason why it is not moving on? What is the reason it's stuck at this point of time, and what is the solution for the same? So this can be again one scenario. Then similar intervention for the reporting divergent outcomes can be again required. Need to identify issues around the emerging problems. So that can be again a scenario where evaluation can be required, where we need to identify certain issues with the emerging problem, more further issues, what can be there. So evaluation can be again required. So these are certain areas where timing can be decided, timing can be, make a requirement of the evaluation. Now, prerequisites of the evaluation. So it is a thought from the point at which the CSR intervention is planned. So from the day when you are planning any CSR activity, it is required from day one. Different perspective, different aspect we need to follow, but evaluation is, something which is a part of each and every step. So this intervention required evaluation at every point of time where we need to formulate with consideration and valuability. It normally includes the conceptual clarity on the intervention expected achievements and monitoring system that are required to measure the intervention performance consistently, reliable, and the regularly. So it is a key of the regular monitoring where consistency, reliable, and regularity is a important aspect or a factors that we need to take care. So this is a slide for the successful evaluation, how successful evaluation can be done. So to be successful evaluated, intervention required. First of all, clearly articulated objective. Whenever someone is coming to you to discuss about the CSR project or a CSR program, first, we need to understand what is the objective behind the CSR project. Because once the people like me and the other party who both are clear on the objective, then only we can work together on a further aspect. If the entity who is, planning for any CSR project or program, themselves are not clear about the objective, what they want to achieve through the CSR project, how we, being a practitioner, can be partnered with them to evaluate the same. When they are even not clear what they want to achieve, how we can evaluate? So that is important aspect. Second, when we are, planning our monitoring system, considering the evaluation and everything. So these are the certain aspects like indicators to measure each outcome, baseline data, regular data, then monitoring of information and within the organization. These are the important aspects that we need to include in our evaluation process. Because if we are skimming any of the thing, for example, baseline, without baseline, you, me, everyone is baseless reporting probably we are going to give. Because whatever the project we are having, if I'm an organization, I'm saying that I want to do something good for the students in my areas. So being a CSR practitioner, you will ask me what type of the good you want to do. Okay, I will say, I want to make them good educated person. Okay, for that, what you will do? I will give them vocational training or I will build them a school. Okay, you will build a school. What capacity, how much capacity you are considering for the school construction? How much student you are thinking that will come to school and how much capacity is required? Till the time we are not reaching a conclusion that how much student we are actually thinking to give them good education and to want to build a school, that till that time our baseline is not available. We always need some numbers, some targets, some data to evaluate whether the same has been achieved or not. And then budget amount earmarked for the evaluation. This is again an important aspect because it requires a regular efforts. So there should be always a budget for the evaluation on a regular interval basis. If you are appointed with any of the program for a regular evaluation, you should always see what is the budget is allocated or earmarked for the evaluation. Because when you are suggesting something, there can be a situation, there can be a scenario where additional expenditure can also be required from your side. So that provision we need to see. At last, what is the process? So first of all, we need to conceptualize the evaluation where initial thinking, board approvals are required, forming of an evaluation committee, forming of evaluation questions. We need to be identified who can be an evaluator. So being a CSR practitioner, we can be a good evaluator. Designing the evaluation, arriving at the teams of the reference, that can be an important aspect. Then undertaking a evaluation, second step, where we actually act collecting, collating, analyzing the information, making a clear communication to the evaluation committee and flexibility to address the new questions that comes up during the evaluation. That flexibility we need to give. And the last is evaluation process needs always disseminate findings, conclusion and recommendation. So if you are working as an evaluator for any of the projects, these three phases you need to take care. One is presentation discussion with the stakeholders, where you need to give your findings to the present stakeholders. There can be situation where interim reports can also be required because of the long project duration. And at last, a final report that can be submitted to the party. Now, after the evaluation, is there any role that comes after the evaluation as well?
Pardon?
Yes, sir.
What is your question?
What can be the situation or scenario where after the evaluation, our requirement is also there?
After evaluation, we can find some shortfall is there. Some objective has been met and some objective has not been. And what action do we need to fulfill the objective?
Yes, so for future CSR projects, there can be help to evaluation committees where they can have a follow-up meeting with us to understand the purpose of evaluation, the extent which have been met, where the programs have been evaluated and presented before. Then CSR committees can always have a discussion with us for their further upcoming programs. What was the learning from the previous program? How we can overcome the same in an upcoming program? And the key findings of the previous program can be taken care while we are, thinking about the upcoming projects. So even after the evaluation, there can be certain situations where again and again, same report can be discussed for the different purpose, for the different reasons. And accordingly, we need to plan our, complete project on the aspect that it is not necessary that day when we are submitting our final report after the discussion, the project is ended. It can, we should always, keep the same in mind that in next 1 or 2 months, there can be certain discussions happen on the evaluation exercise. So this was for the evaluation aspect. Now we are having a last leg of the impact assessment report. So for that, we can have a 10 minutes break so that we can have, something.
What is the symbol of those envelopes?
Uh,
They
so
have-
that
they
you
were
can, huh?
But we should write letter to you.
Yes, sir. That's right.
What is our impact of your training?
Yes, sir, for sure, sir. You are welcome for the same. What if you can give me the feedback on the same, so that will, help me for my further sessions. Whether
Yes,
I was
certainly will.
able to, share my knowledge, experience with all of you or not.
Yes, yes, madam. Certainly we will.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
It was, yes, Madam Harsha,
Yes.
I'm Pradeep Bhalla. I have gone through the complete session, and it was very, very useful, I found, and you presented with a very comprehensive details about each and every step, I must say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. But I need your number, because on one-to-one separately, I'll talk to you regarding a few things. So you were presenting your number here. Can I?
Sir, I think the presentations will be shared with all of you, so you will
Okay,
get my
okay,
all complete
okay.
details.
Thanks a lot.
Otherwise, also I'll drop the same in chat box, so
Okay.
we can have discussion on later. So I
Thank
think
you.
now we can take a break of 10 minutes, so you can have a good cup of coffee for next 1 hour, and then we'll start with the impact assessment.
So there is the last session is there.
Yeah, last session 4 to 5, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Can we start now? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Other participants, if you all are here. Mukund sir, you are working from where, sir? Sir, you are on mute.
Yes, madam, we can start.
I am based in Pune, ma'am.
Okay. And you are working in the CSR field only, or
Actually, I am interested more in social auditing.
okay.
I'd
Nice.
like to give you a call later on after in the evening.
Achha, okay, okay, sir. Okay, so if all are here, then I think we can start with the last topic.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So last topic is something jiske liye I think from since morning we are sitting here, impact assessment. So just to maybe in last we are going to understand what kind of the opportunities available for us in terms of the impact assessment, and what is the expectation if we are appointed to conduct any impact assessment for specific any CSR project or the social enterprises. So impact assessment of the CSR project. What we understand exactly if we talk about, because now we are hearing lots of things since morning about the CSR projects. So what is the whole objective till now we have understand in terms of the impact assessment? I think maximum of you are the social auditors, at least exam has been cleared. So something accountability and the transparency. These two terms we are regularly hearing in terms of the reason why impact assessment is required. Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, ma'am.
Or anything else you think that it should also be a part of reasoning that this is the reason why impact assessment is required.
SROI.
Yes, sir.
SROI.
SROI. Full form, sir. Sir, you are on mute.
Social return on investment.
Social return on investment. Okay. So probably that can be a reason if impact assessment is required from funder or a donor side.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Other reasons? Okay, why transparency and accountability is required?
Whether fund has been properly utilized or not.
Okay, so reason for the accountability is one of that fund has been utilized. So by this transparency and accountability, that in past, yes, our conduct was good. Accountability we have achieved. The transparency is completely there. Being a funder, donor, or maybe other stakeholder, we can see what is where the fund has been, expended, where they are, using the funds, whether the facility is being visible or not, whether the beneficiaries are actually benefited with the project or not. Why all this required? Because when we are talking about these agencies, whatever the agencies who are working on these project, being a non-profit organization agency, it is not a one project or a two project or a three project where they are working. In future also they are planning for something new project, and they are always seeking some funders and donors for their upcoming project. Anyone being a funder donor, how they will be attracted to them, where we see the transparency and the accountability.
Yes.
Because the project where we can see, yes, our fund is utilized in a better manner, result is visible, and people are actually benefited. We have certain satisfaction within us, and we are ready to donate further more amount if required in future, and if it is being, it is being somewhere if we want to donate something, if we have a certain additional funds or something like that. So it is important aspect for the upcoming future projects as well, that it is now necessity to show the impact assessment of CSR project to the existing funders and donors so that they can be attracted for the upcoming futures. They are ready to invest some or donate some more amount to the upcoming project. So that's why important. Second, we know that there is regulatory requirement as well for the corporates on CSR expenditure. This rule was framed in Companies Act 2013. From which date it was applicable? Companies Act, new Companies Act was introduced in 2013, but CSR rule was not applicable at that point of time. Any idea?
Forgotten.
Huh?
I have hard but cannot remember.
Acha. Any other participant?
I think 2018, if I'm not wrong.
2018. Okay. So when we are talking about section 135 CSR, we can see some strengthening provision after 2019, although rule was made applicable before that, but not from 2013, because initially it was government was not sure whether it will be they will be able to convince the corporates about these rules or not. So initially rules were very in a relaxed manner, where government was only mentioning about the requirement that if you are earning this much amount, so for last 3 years, that much of percentage you need to spend on the CSR activities. And there was only one clause that if you are not able to spend that amount on a applicable CSR activities, then your board need to give a presentation on the same, that why being a company you were not being able to spend the particular amount on CSR activity. Apart from this, there was no clause of penalty, no clause of any qualification, nothing was there. So there were certain companies who understood their responsibilities and they started spending some amount on the CSR activities, but there were many companies who were not spending the amount as per the requirement and just making just disclosure in the balance sheet. This was the amount which was applicable for the purpose of CSR spend. However, we have been able to spend much of amount, or why much of amount not being utilized or not being taken care of. And even they were not making provision that this much of amount not they were able to do the expenditure, so they will accumulate the same for next year. They were not making any provision. So that means they were considering, अगर हम खर्च कर पाए इस साल में तो ठीक है, वरना अगले साल की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, अगले साल की अगले साल देखी जाएगी. So this is how companies are making disclosures. Then time come up when government is started thinking about the same. First was the 2020 year, where in Caro report they have added a qualification whether company is following the CSR rule properly or not. Apart from that, they have been made mandatory to do the expenditure. If you are not making expenditure, then you need to give a reason, and plus provision as well that you need to make a expenditure on a next year. Third, the new amendment which was came very recently, where whatever the amount you need to spend on any project, you have a complete whole year with you, make a planning, do the expenditure. But if you are not even able to do the expenditure, for example, if your project is running, then what you need to do on 31st March of end of the year, you need to open a earmarked account for your CSR expenses. You need to transfer that amount in a CSR expense account. First of all, what they did, कंपनी के अकाउंट से पैसा निकाल के उसको CSR earmarked account में डाल दिया. Second, they have given you the deadline that now in next 6 months, your project should be completed. And second scenario can be there is no project which is on running and you were not even able to decide in which particular area you want to spend on a CSR expense. Then government also made a solution for the same, that if you are not able to do the CSR expenditure by your own, transfer the amount in a government CSR account. We will do the expenditure on your behalf. So government made it necessary that for the year expense should be part of your financial statement, and then penalty provisions and the CSR qualification provisions. So now companies are more serious, more taking care of these provisions, because they understand if they are not following the CSR rules, they will attract the Quaro qualification, which is very negative for them in terms of their bank financing, their appearance in the public portal and everything. And second, ultimately they need to transfer amount to the government account. So now it's not an option that by just disclosure, they can save certain amount of expenses. So this is the definition of CSR. Before just jumping on the impact assessment, what is the CSR under Companies Act? So under Companies Act, section is 135 and rules are there also, which mentioning about the activities where a company can undertake any CSR activities, but there are certain exceptions. First important exception is that whatever the activities they are undertaking, that should be not activities which should not be part of their normal course of business. What is the purpose and what is the meaning of activity should not be part of normal course of business? How any activity which can be considered as a CSR activity is still not considered under section 135 as a CSR? Any example?
The marketing or promotional expenses.
So that is business expenses. So one example can be, for example, they are making quarters or they are making any good facilities for their employees within company premises or even out of the company premises. But because they are giving facilities to their employees only, which again will help their help company to retain the employee because of the good facility, it will not be considered as a corporate social responsibility. CSR means which you are doing for other than your surrounding, other than your employees' KMPs. Whatever the amount you are making expenditure for your employees' KMPs, that is a part of your staff cost, employee benefit expenses.
Exactly.
So this is one of the example that your activity should not be part of your normal course of business, because that can be a part of your normal course of business. You need to provide school bus for the students, kids for your staff, and there are several companies who are providing this facilities, even are having schools in the company premises for their kids, so that their kids can have a good education. And because there are certain many plants who are on a remote areas, so people are not coming for the job if they are not getting a good education, good quality life for their families. So that's why if you go on outer areas or a plant, various plants of the companies, you will find their plants are like a luxurious hotels, where you will find each and every kind of facilities, and the employees' families are happily living there because they are getting same treatment which they can get in a city area or any other urban area. So this is a part of their employee cost. It's not a CSR. Then any activity undertaken by the company outside India, except for the training of Indian sports personnel representing their state or union territory. So if any of the activity you are providing outside India, which is not presenting India, then it is not a part of your CSR activity. Contribution of any amount directly, indirectly to any political party, that is not a CSR. Activities benefited employee, that we discussed already, as defined in Code of Wages Conduct. Activities supported by the companies on a sponsorship basis for deriving marketing benefit. So this is again important area. Wherever you are making any expenditure on account of CSR, it should not be part of your advertisement campaign or a marketing campaign. You should not have holdings and boards of your company that what kind of the service or the products you are providing. Because if you are using that, that means you are again utilizing this expense as a marketing expense as well. So your CSR expenditure should be purely CSR. It should not be clubbed with your marketing benefit expenses. You should not use this CSR expense as your marketing benefit. And activities which are carried out to fulfillment of any other statutory obligation under any law in force of India. So any example for this last type of activity? So there are certain companies who are, hugely waste generated companies who are generating waste in a huge volume, and they need to dispose of the waste as per the government, statutory obligations or anything. Or maybe the example of the mining companies where they mine for the regular period of time, but as per the contract, they need to refill the land with a proper manner, and then they need to construct some other infrastructure on that particular land, and they need to take care of them as per the government regulation. So if they are carrying out these type of activities, for example, after mining the certain area of land, they are filling up that area with a manner which was provided under the statutory obligation, and they are making a park there, the public park, and then it is an obligation of them to take care of that public park because they have mined that particular area. So that will not covered under the CSR activity. Whatever the expenses company will incur on the park area, that will not be covered under CSR because it is covered under other statutory obligation.
Just one question for this.
Yes, sir.
Suppose there is a CSR project and it is being handed over, and we have put a banner with the logo of the company in the banner. Will it be considered as a marketing?
Yes, sir. In CSR expenditure, it is not advisable anytime that you should put your logo or marketing banner there, because once you are putting your marketing logo or banner there, it can be considered always as a marketing expenditure. So for example, if you have constructed a school, so it's not necessary that outside the school only your banner will be always there.
Yeah.
Because once you are putting your banner, so you are booking that particular place for the advertisement for your lifetime period.
Actually, the people who have done the project, that is an NGO, so they have put a banner recognizing the donors and others.
So that can be done for the shorter period of time, that recognizing the donor or something like that, but it should not be placed permanently and should not be visible like the marketing strategy. It can be presented like that, being a person or being a owner of the company, we have done this CSR activities, but that CSR activity should not be publicized as a marketing activity. So probably being a user, we can always understand the difference between the marketing publicity or just as giving making them understand that this is done by the company. So that thin line between marketing strategy and just getting credit for the same, even though for CSR the purpose is not to get a credit for the activity, it's just a social responsibility that just we need to fulfill.
I just have one more typical example, like say for example timber industries, they need trees, forestry basically. So in order to get the trees, they also supply the samples, the tree samples to them free of cost or through CSR activities. But finally, once it is grown by them, it is going to be an input for an industry. Yes. But right now they are treating it as part of their CSR activity. Can it be, or it again amounts to the benefit of the industry only, so that it should not be considered part of the CSR activity?
So it should not be considered as a part of CSR activity because it is a statutory obligation on them.
No, there is no statutory obligation that they should grow trees because they will be buying trees. So there is no obligation that they should grow tree because they are buying the logs.
If it is
But
not
it is
statutory-
part of them. It is like because it is some kind of a social responsibility on them that because of their industry, somebody is cutting the tree. So they are helping people to grow trees. And at the same time, instead of some other tree, the whatever tree they are using in their timber, the same tree they are trying to donate them, give them at free of cost instead of they buying. So these people are trying to supply so that once they grow for 10 years plus, so the tree grows and again the cutting takes place and the logs are used in the industry. It's a
Okay.
little tricky.
Yeah. So what I understand that they are using the model kind of thing where they are consuming the natural resources. They are, somewhere harming the environment by cutting the trees, but they are making sure that whatever the harm we are giving to the environment, we are trying to compensate the same.
Exactly, something like that.
So compensation model is working in the timber industry. If we see, if I understand correctly your point.
It need not be compensate, means there is no obligation that they should compensate.
Yeah, there's no obligation to compensate,
Or
but
any statutory
socially,
regulations also.
considering their social responsibility, they are trying to compensate the same.
Correct. So they are treating that part of their corporate social responsibility.
Yeah, that is okay because that can be considered as a CSR activities because
Yes, sir.
somewhere they are, because of their activities, environment is getting harmed. So they are trying to restore the same, not exactly in the same situation in which they are making, some harm to the environment, but at least they are trying to help environment to restore again in the same situation, at least after some point of time. Just to add on this part, I was reading one article 2 or 3 days before where someone was saying that instead of talking about the assessment and reporting and disclosure and making requirements, we should emphasize on the restore, and there was one more term, I think replenishment or something like that, because right now we can see that organizations are much more aware about their social responsibilities and the environmental responsibilities. But what about the harm which we have already pass on the environmental state or the social state? The earlier backlog, who will clear the same? So there was one article that now companies also need to think the harm which was which was somewhere intentionally or maybe unintentionally was passed on to the environment or the social area, how to restore or replenish the same so that we can actually work on the sustainabilities area or the social responsibilities. From now onwards, we are taking care of that is okay. But we also need to think about the past where we, did some mistakes and we are not able to work on as per the requirements. So
That's
this is, yes, sir.
That is a very valid point.
Yeah, valid point, but because it's a new thing for all of us, although it's in 4 to 5 years. So let's company make them understand what is the requirement, and maybe after 2 to 3 years or 4 years, the past mistakes which we did, we can try to cover up them as well. पहले अभी आगे की तैयारी कर लें हम.
Yeah.
But one thing, Harsha, that suppose the industry was set up 20 years back and they started this CSR, environmental effluent treatment, etc. 5 years back. It means you want to say that for the beyond 5 years, means 15 years. So whatever they did harm to the environment, they should resolve those impacts as well. Yeah.
No, they should also resolve those.
They can try to restore that impact in a again proper manner, because when we are talking about the sustainability, if on a broader term we talk about sustainability, it means to utilize the available resources with efficient utilization of the resources so that it can be saved for the future generation as well. So अगर हम अभी की बात करें, so resources are even less for current generation.
Yeah.
So how we can restore the resources, natural resources? So we need to regenerate the natural resources. Somewhere we need to work on an area where we try to regenerate and recreate the natural resources so that future generation can also have a benefit of them. So that is something, you know, that's why we have a target of 2070 for net zero, because there are lots of things that we need to do on this sustainability aspect area.
Okay.
So now comes to the impact assessment. If we come to the impact assessment, when we are working on any report specifically, it's a structured process which we follow. I think by morning now we are very clear that it is a structured process. It requires a step-by-step preparation, which considering the implication for people and their environment for the proposed action. Maybe sometimes the action which has been carried out. It's not necessary that always it's a proposed action. And the time should be like where we should always have an opportunity to modify, even appropriate. We should, you know, can change the same or abandon the same. This process specifically involves the identification and characterization of likely impact of the proposed action and the assessment of the social significance of those impact. So depends on the time when you have been appointed. Accordingly, you will decide how your impact assessment will be structured. Aim of any impact assessment is to provide information for decision making that analyze the biophysical, social, economic, and institutional consequence for the proposed action, promote transparency and participation of the public in decision making, because you are involving the outside in approach, other key stakeholders, identifying the procedures and the methods for the follow-up, which requires, you know, kind of monitoring, mitigation of the adverse consequence, policy planning, project cycles, etc., and contributes to the social, environmentally sound and the sustainable development. So this is the overall aim. In terms of the company aspect, if we talk about why any company will ask you for the impact assessment, any idea? Because that will give you the knowledge where we can have certain opportunities for all of us. Why any of the organization will come to us for the impact assessment? What can be the reasons? One is the regulatory reasons that we know.
And to check to see whether the CSR activities are effective and it's just not an eyewash type. Yeah.
Yeah, greenwashing.
And the investor also would like to see that money is spent very much on the CSR activities, not on non-CSR. Yeah.
Yeah. And if we talk on in front of the ESG aspect, I'm just adding one more aspect which is not directly linked with this, but indirectly linked with the impact assessment, because their business is involved. So why there are certain companies or why there are certain institutions are asking for ESG reports, ESG reporting. So their economic aspect is also added here. If they are working with any of European countries organizations. Now European organizations are continuously asking for the ESG assessment or ESG due diligence report, because their government is very rigid on the terms. Not, I would say the rigid, they are very much, they have requested their all organizations that you should do the business only with the sustainable partners. You should not add any partner who are not promoting the sustainable business. Similarly, just last month, US government also issued the guidelines for their business people and the processes that they emphasizing on the, again, sustainable business practices. They are requesting their businesses that to partner only with the sustainable business partners and doing business only with the sustainable peoples. So if your business market is US or UK or European countries, then it is a huge opportunity for all of us if we understand what is their requirement. Here in India, we can help companies to make them ESG compliant companies or ESG compliant institution. Second, by these regular impact assessment or by these regular ESG monitorings, again, in coming days, bank will allow a lower finance rate to all these institutions because they understand their responsibility towards the environment and social, and accordingly certain discounts on the finance rate will be provided by the bank. So this is again one of the upcoming area for us. In terms of CSR, if we talk about, because CSR is purely social responsibility. So if you are a company who is following all the CSR compliances, making complete disclosures and understanding your responsibility, so somewhere your image between the stakeholders are good and they are ready to pay even certain amount higher to you or for your products or services, because you are somewhere contributing their money to the social responsible side. So I'm not sure whether you were able to see there now these days, even you can see certain of the ads which are based on their responsibility towards the environment or the society. Pehle bhi we were able to see certain advertisement on the TV which was designed about their social responsibility. But these days now maximum ads are making on these lines as well, that companies how environmentally responsible and socially responsible. So they are taking this as again an advertisement tool yet, and trying to showcase them that how they are using their money or the stakeholders' money in a proper manner.
But is it not a marketing gimmick?
So for CSR impact assessment, marketing is not allowed, but for ESG, BRSR, there is no restriction if you allowed, you use these tools for your marketing purpose. Government wants a proper reporting, disclosure, and your responsible behavior towards the environmental and social aspect. If you are using your proper and responsible behavior against environment, social, all these things, then it is no harm to use for your advertisement purpose. For CSR, why they are not? Because it's something like they want earlier, they want to keep them there. It's your social responsibility. Do not use for their advertisement purpose. Now companies are understanding the same, so they are having a separate budget for the advertisement and separate for the BRSR or maybe other compliances. Types of impact assessment which can be requested. So one is the environmental impact assessment, other one is the social impact assessment, and the last one is the life cycle assessment. Life cycle, I think I have just shown you in one of the report in BRSR Principle 8. Now regularly SEBI is asking for the same. So for maybe first year or second year, we will see the result as a nil in maximum of the companies. But by 3 or 4 years, probably company will start undertaking and carrying out these life cycle impact assessment also. Environmental impact assessment and social impact assessment are regularly requested based on their activities. So if it is a social impact assessment, probably we are the good person, there will be no requirement to engage someone else for the assessment. But for environmental impact assessment, there can be a situation where you will require some technical person with you to understand the parameters and just standards of the environmental aspect. These are certain benefits for conducting the impact assessment under CSR policies, which can be always demonstrated to the clients for the voluntarily CSR impact assessment. So it first helps your CSR project to be effective and sustainable. It helps transparency and the accountability of the CSR activity that we all know in terms of the understanding and as an objective. It also helps us to build trust between the companies and their stakeholders. By good CSR campaign, good activities, your stakeholders are always rely on you. So I think we all are very much influenced by the Ratan Tata sir because of their initiatives towards social aspect. We all know that how much they are doing for the social initiatives and everything. So it always helps to build a trust between the companies and their stakeholders. It also attract new customers and partners. So always a young generation who is coming forward by their roots, they are always attracted to these type of the companies who are always causing their transparency in terms of CSR expenditure and the social responsibility. It also improves employees' morale and the productivity. So that is again being an employee of a good company who understand their social responsibility and environmental responsibility, you will always feel proud, something inside from your side. Yes, sir. So this is something, mentality or a mindset now change, because if I am working in a company who is taking care of the environment and the societal as a whole, it always makes me feel proud that I am a part of good organization. So always our morale is very high, productivity is improving. And it can help to reduce companies' environmental impact. So I think sir already mentioned given the one example in timber industry, where we know that somewhere because of our industry, because of our product, we are harming the environment, and we can't stop the same, but we can at least try to compensate the same, so that at least we are trying to restore whatever the harm we are providing to the respective area. Now, when we are conducting an impact assessment, what steps should be followed? So first of all, the objective of the project should be clear to us as well as to the company. It's always important to understand the objective of the project first and then to start the work. What are the intended social and economic and environmental impact of the project company was thinking at the start of their project time. Then second step is identify the target beneficiaries. Company will always give you the list of target beneficiaries, but we should not rely on the list as a whole, and we try to see that if there is any incompleteness or anything that we should add on the list, or we try to see whether more beneficiaries are included or not. So who are the people, who are the community who are directly affected and the indirectly affected by the project or program. Third step will be to collect data. Now, data can be in a two format. One is the primary data, other one is the secondary data. Secondary data is something which is in documentary in nature. So your project report, your different site visit plans, whatever they have documented in the reports, that will be considered as a secondary data. Your utilization certificates, your work status certificates, all this be considered as a secondary data. Primary data is your beneficiaries inputs, your discussions with beneficiaries. So that data we need to collect. So for primary data, we need to conduct interviews, focus group discussions, questionnaire surveys. All these are required for the primary data. Then to check the implementation of the project. So field visit is always required. Without field visit, impact assessment is always incomplete. Then collect data on the changes that have been occurred. So we need to compare the status status before implementation of the program and status after implementation of the program. And then only we can see whether impact has been caused or not. So the status before implementation of program is equally important for us. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to identify whether impact has been caused. If yes, that what is the quantum of the impact. Then analyze the data and draw conclusions. So after analyzing data with different methods and parameters, we can draw the conclusion. Impact not necessarily will always be a positive. It can be a negative as well. Sometimes, obviously, we always have a positive intent, but when it is on ground, not necessarily we always get a positive outcome. So sometimes on initial stages, it can be a negative outcome, where being a practitioner, we need to give them suggestion that how we can convert this negative outcome in a positive outcome. And accordingly, we need to make a recommendations of the improvement and how project can be more effective in the future. So this needs your complete partnership with the CSR activity people, so that you can understand the project first. You see that how they are working, at what intent they are working, and accordingly then you can suggest them the better way as per your experience, because you are visiting different places for different projects. So your previous experience can add to the other projects at many places. Last but not the least, the regulatory applicability. So this is the applicability at present, where impact assessment is mandatory for the companies. with a CSR budget of 10 CR or more in any fiscal year, and project with outlay of 1 CR or more. And this impact assessment should be undertaken by independent agency only. So this is just an outline about the same, that companies who are falling in above criteria must take the impact assessment at least 1 year after the program implementation is completed. And if it is a multi-year program, then it should be completed after the completion of 3 years. Additionally, follow-up assessment can be done if required by the company. And it is specifically mentioned that companies on their CSR initiative cannot conduct impact assessment on their own. An independent agency should be hired, should be engaged for the impact assessment. So it cannot be done by their internal people. Then impact assessment related to expenditure may be booked again as a CSR expense, which does not should be 5% of CSR expense. So this can be a benchmark for your fees as well, that what higher fees we can charge, because it is allowed in their books as an expenditure up to 5% of their total CSR expenditure or 50 lakh, whichever is less. So this is a benchmark which you can consider for your fees. And the limit of expenditure is applicable on CSR as per the financial years, and administrative expenses are not allowed. That is written here. So this was a small presentation from my side. Now I'm open for the queries. So if you are having any queries or doubt for the topics which have been taken by me, I would like to respond them.
When you say successful report, mean that the report which sort of suits the company requirements, or does it mean a truthful report which gives correct picture?
No, sir, not necessarily suit the requirement, because we are working on the social intent programs. So if your report is able to convey the actual outcome, not necessarily it would be always a positive outcome. If it is a negative outcome with a recommendation how we can convert the negative outcome into a positive outcome, then I consider the same as a successful report. Sometimes it's difficult. I understand it's difficult to, convince the client or the organization who are hiring us and accepting the report with the negative outcome. But we need to, make them understand that it is important to rectify them for long-term results. Initially, the report will not look good with a negative outcome, but it is just for a short-term period where we have opportunity to correct our steps, so that final outcome will be positive. So that is the thing we need to convey, and we need to convince our client.
But mostly these negative outcomes are unintended ones.
Sir, it is in audit, negative outcomes are always uninvited.
Unintended, I mean.
Unintended, yeah, unintended. Because if it is intended, then there is again other scenarios that we need to involve in our reports. Because at that point of time, at least if we are appointed by the organization or the private agency, then better option is to resign from the assignment rather than to continue with the same, where they want us to sign something which has not been happened yet.
And these NGOs, do they conduct impact assessment also?
Yes, sir.
But NGOs are normally strapped for money,
Sir, they will approach you to conduct an impact assessment if they want their previous program impact assessment for further funding. And when they are getting further funding, so obviously they will be able to, spend something on the impact assessment to get that amount.
Okay.
And they are, making that expenditure actually. We are working on 2 assignments which are voluntarily required by the NGOs for their further fundings.
Okay.
Any other participants, if you are having any query? So at least I was fortunate to see Siddharth sir, Harinder sir, Pradeep sir, Mukund sir, their faces. Rest of the participant, if we can just have a conclusion remarks.
Your presentation was excellent, madam.
Thank you.
madam.
We have learned a lot, and
So,
we should implement it, and we need your further guidance. We need your further guidance to go into the profession of social audit. I am
Sure,
a-
sir. Where I can try you. No, I can try my best to help you.
I am in the profession of insolvency I am an insolvency professional. I am a registered valuer also.
For
And-
SFA class, sir?
Yes.
For securities and financial
Yes,
assets?
yes, yes.
Okay.
Security and financial assets. And I have not yet started my social audit job. I want
Sir,
to.
you can explore then ESG credit rating agency. This will be a
Yes.
good combination for you because you are from financial background and
Yes.
ESG credit rating agency, the concept is already launched by the, SEBI already issued the guidelines.
Okay.
So this will help us move, you will have a good maybe opportunity in your area. And अभी तक मेरे पास तो ऐसा कोई news नहीं है that some people have, created their ESG credit rating, but yes, good opportunity for us for upcoming time. Because abhi regularly financial institutions are asking for ESG credit rating as well for certain of projects.
So from SEBI site, I have to know detail.
Sir, SEBI, they have issued one notification.
Yes.
I think in July, they have issued the notification where they have mentioned the complete process, how one can set up the credit rating agency.
Okay.
And uske andar they have given 2 categories, category 1 and 2. Category 1 is little bit a costlier category, which requires a huge investment. But category 2 is the reasonable category where 10 lakh investment is required as a net worth. And then you are good to go to establish your ESG credit rating agency.
Okay.
So that can be, area where you can explore because you are already RV and the IP from a financial background. So we have a, good grip on the numbers.
Yes.
And
Yes.
ESG valuation. These days you will see many sessions on the same because now in valuation also we need to, taken care of the ESG aspect if asked by the investor specifically for certain of reports.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your information.
Thank you, sir. So if there are any questions or any doubt, I can take questions. Otherwise, we can conclude the session.
Madam, you please share your PPT with our mail ID.
Sir, I'll share the PPT with coordinators. So,
Yes,
and
yes.
we will forward you in a group, WhatsApp group. I
Yeah.
hope there is a WhatsApp group or by email. I think so.
Yes.
Madam, thank you. Wonderful presentation. It was very informative. Thank you so much.
Thank
Very
you,
nice
sir.
deliberation.
Thank you, sir.
excellent.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think anybody from ICMAI is there.
I'm not sure, sir. I'm also waiting for them.
We are also waiting for ICMA social auditor organization. I think there are no persons.
Maybe they are thinking that by 5 we will close, but we closed 5 minutes before.
Yeah.
You are looking for somebody from the institute or you are looking for a CMA member?
No, from the ICMAI SAO.
Ah, okay, okay.
Okay, I think I will bye-bye to all of you. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you to all.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, ma'am, Harshanini ma'am, for taking the session.
Thank you.
And thank you all the participants for participating in this certificate course of management of CSR. Now we wind up this session. Thank you.